The Botanist and the Billionaire, Oak Creek Book 2, written by Lainey Davis, narrated by Lee Daniels, previously titled Tributary. Chapter 1. Diana. I snap my head up from examining my plant specimen when I hear the shrill bell of the old landline. This is unusual. Any Oak Creek locals looking for me just barge into the store, and any of my business contacts call me on my cell. I frown, noting that my phone must have been on airplane mode in my pocket. Sighing, I make my way up front to the antique rotary phone I keep on the counter, mostly for looks. "Houseplant Haven," I say, and then pull my head away from the handset as my mother's voice bellows through the receiver. "Diana Crawford! I've been trying to reach you all morning." "Sorry, Ma, I guess I had my phone off. I've been splicing." "Diana, everything is amiss," she huffs. "Our special guest is snowed in, and your brother's been skiing on Main Street." I lean around the corner and peek out the shop window, and sure enough, I see my brother Archer decked out in his best cross-country ski gear, shushing a loop around our little downtown. "Yes, I see Archer now," I tell her. I hadn't paid much attention to the snowstorm that rolled into town this morning. It looks like there's half a foot of snow outside, and it's still coming down. Most people around here walk everywhere, but I suppose even that's hard if nobody has dug out the sidewalks. "What do you need, Ma?" "I need you to come talk sense into your father," she tells me. I hear her multitasking as she talks. My mother is the president of Oak Creek College and never stops hustling. She's been hosting an investor at their house in town to check up on some of the programs Ma convinced him to fund. "What's Dad up to?" She huffs. "He's trying to get me to my office on the lawn tractor." "You guys barely even have any grass," I tell her, shrugging out of my apron and hanging it on a peg. "Why do you even have a tractor?" I tell my mother I'll make my way to their house as soon as I can, and urge her to distract Dad before he gives himself a hernia. I pop up the stairs to my apartment above the shop to throw on thermals and snow gear. Glancing out the window again, I see Archer making another loop around town. I throw open the window to shout at him. "Arch!" I holler, feeling the sting of the cold on my cheeks. "What the hell are you doing?" "Getting my cardio in," he shouts without looking up. "Bill said he and the maintenance guys are doing sidewalks before streets. I got time." I shake my head and close the window, deciding I'm going to need a lot of gear to get to my parents' house about a mile away. I start to rummage around for my snow boots. Deep in my closet, I find my warmest pair from back in graduate school. From before. I look closer and estimate there's about 8 inches of snow on the ground, but it's still coming down pretty fast. Seems like there's some work to do here before I head to Casa Crawford. I grab a shovel and begin to clear off the walk outside my shop. The snow is heavy and wet, and the work feels good. I lose myself in the motions, stooping and digging, rising and hurling the snow. My muscles scream for a while, but then, as I start to dig out the walk of the Oak Creek Gazette office next to my shop, the ancient editor shouldn't be out shoveling this stuff, I reach a sort of zen. My movements become a meditation, and I don't hear it at all when a man approaches beside me. Too late, I hurl the entire shovel load right into his face. "Aw, damn it! Shit!" he yells, and his eyes flash up at me, blue steel, cold as ice. Chapter 2. Asa. I knew I should have listened to my instincts and skipped this trip. I'm not worried about my investments here. I trust that the research nerds at this college are working on delivering. These guys have been chasing these dreams their whole lives. Nothing I say to them is going to urge them along any faster. But Andrea insisted I needed to come here in person. It was supposed to be meetings, dinner, morning meetings, home. Back to the real work, where I have an ergonomic chair in my corner office on the top floor. Now I'm stuck here, in a town with one snowplow, where even the rail travel is suspended. This never happens in Manhattan. Even during the hurricane a few years ago, I made it into my office and sealed a deal with a shipping company worried they'd lose everything in the gale. Swooping in during a disaster is what I do, except I'm not seeing where the surefire profit is from this blizzard. Before the hurricane, I knew the bay would be fine, and I knew the shipping company was dead wrong. I chuckle, remembering the intel I got from a loose-lipped kid in my apartment building, making small talk in the hallway about some state-of-the-art storm swell system his company had just finished building out of oysters and recycled plastic or some shit. I might not be good at much, but I know how to file away kernels of information and pull them up when it's most beneficial. And by beneficial, I almost always mean profitable, which this work in Oak Creek is not. Yet. Rose Mitchell is an interesting host, and staying here is certainly a break from the grind I'm used to. At least the people kissing my ass here are subtle about it, and they don't otherwise seem to be putting on an act whenever I'm in the room. Nobody in this town cares who slighted who at the last benefit dinner, and nobody gives a fuck which fork I use to eat my chicken. Watching the snow fall outside my host's window, I wonder if maybe the benefits here outweigh the drawbacks. Andrea has called this morning about 40 times, from the moment the first flakes began to fall and we realized this storm was actually happening. Once it became apparent I am stuck here, Rose set me up in her own home office, but I slowly realized none of my employees were working, and all of our clients are snowed in too. From what Andrea said, New York is getting hit worse than Oak Creek, even though we're just a few hours away. Suddenly faced with my first downtime in years, I feel, what is this? Restless, I guess. My hosts are outside, trying to contribute their lawn tractor to the cause of digging out local sidewalks, but Daniel Crawford told me to make myself at home. I start to peer into the closets, marveling at the neatly organized containers of yearbooks, old sports equipment, and laminated science fair awards. Last month, I agreed to invest in Hunter Crawford's biological tissue research, and I smile, noting the national awards he's evidently been winning in the field since he was a teenager. I wonder whether my mom saved anything of mine. It seemed like each thing I did was some desperate item on a checklist toward taking over Wexler Holdings. The last bedroom closet is full of snow gear. I look out the window and see it's still coming down hard, and from the looks of this gear I found, it belonged to a college-aged Crawford kid not too long ago. I decide today's as good a day as any to go for a walk. My phone rings as I'm lacing up my borrowed boots, just slightly too small. Andrea, talk to me. Oh, Asa, she sighs. There's just nothing to be done here until the city digs out. I frown, pulling up the rusty zipper on a well-worn ski jacket. Is the commodities exchange still open? I think so. Tell Scott I want him to invest in road salt. 10-4, she says, and hangs up. I zip my phone into the jacket pocket and step out into the storm, smiling as I strap on the snowshoes. I crunch away from the Crawford house toward town, not sure where I'm headed or why. It takes me about a half hour to get to Main Street, and I wave at some guy who's skiing around the streets. I actually feel really carefree. I don't usually like unexpected changes of plans. It's hard to run an empire without a 5-year plan, a 5-month plan, and a 5-day vision. Somehow knowing that everyone is equally affected by this lets me relax into it. I even get the urge to build a snowman, then laugh at myself. I never even spent much time doing that as a kid. You don't get into Wharton based on your building skills, Asa Wexler, my mother used to scold. Just as I start to shake that memory away, I'm hit in the face with a shovelful of wet, heavy snow. I start cursing and wiping it away, and then I hear a woman laughing. Well, what are you doing standing where I'm shoveling? She asks. I look into a pair of brown eyes that seem incredulous. I glance down at the path she's standing in. There's nearly a foot of snow on the ground, and she's cleared almost the entire block, seemingly by hand. Did you do all this? She draws her head back and cocks a brow at me beneath her snowy ski cap. See anyone else out here with a shovel? I flash her my best smile. This chick's got stamina. Asa Wexler, I tell her, holding out a gloved hand. I forgive you. She arches a brow, but pulls off her heavy glove to shake my hand. Her grip is strong, and she pumps my hand twice, an assertive shake. Diana Crawford, she says, you must be staying with my parents. I like this woman. She's blunt. I find her intriguing, and this blizzard just got a whole lot more interesting. Chapter 3. Diana. My phone starts ringing again, and I groan, realizing I just hit my mother's investor in the face with a shovel full of snow, then laughed at him. I yank off my glove again to answer the phone. Ma, I say around the glove in my teeth. Yes, actually, I do know where your investor is. No, it's fine. I'll bring him back to your place. I hang up with my mother, who has convinced my father not to carve out a path to the college, just in time to panic about Wexler disappearing from under her roof. I raise another brow at the guy, who is still standing there staring at me in the snow. I sigh. My parents are worried about you, I tell him. I decide I've shoveled enough, and lean into my shop to toss the gear inside. I shout over my shoulder, I'm just going to lock up and then I'll make sure you get back to the Crawford house. I jump when I realize he's right behind me, peering over my shoulder into the little storefront. Houseplant Haven, he asks. Never heard of that as a business model before. Tell me about your work. He stands inside the front door, dripping snow in the warm air inside. I keep the temperature pretty high for my babies in the back. The philodendrons up front seem to appreciate it. Well, I start, not making eye contact as I walk over to pull up my grow house controls on my laptop. I take care of people's plants when they go out of town, I tell him, or I offer them consultations when they need help coaxing something back to life. I also grow a few herbs and sell them. He snorts. I ignore him as I set the timers for irrigation and temperature control, switching everything over to the app I commissioned for my brother's computer friend so I can monitor everything from my cell phone in case I wind up stuck at my parents' house. Asa sniffs at a pot of majoram. You're telling me that's a profitable model? Even in this town, I find that hard to believe. This town? What the hell's that supposed to mean? I slam the laptop shut as he makes his way around the counter to snoop. I didn't invite you back behind the counter, Wexler. He holds his hands up. Oh, my apologies. I'm just curious. You know I take an interest in people's businesses. Your mom and brother can vouch for me. I shake my head and start wrapping up again for the walk. Just because my mom and brother think the sun shines out of your ass, don't assume I trust you. I'm not even sure why I'm being so short with him. My stomach growls, and I decide I'm getting hangry. When I finally do look up at him, I'm surprised to see a crooked grin on his face. I study the parts of him I can see through all his layers. It's a damn shame he's in business with my family, because he's just the sort of man I drive out of town to find every month or so. Tall, cocky, dark hair. I take the train to the city every time I get an urge, and pick up this sort of man, who won't call me ever again and doesn't pry into my personal life. We better head back before it gets dark, I tell him. I'm supposed to make sure you get home safely. He raises a brow at me, his blue eyes dancing with delight now. Shouldn't it be me seeing you home safely? Not in this town. We crunch through the snow together in our snowshoes. I hear the rumble of the maintenance crew getting closer, but it'll be ages before the streets and walks are cleared. I love the silence of a big snow like this, the sense that the world is small and contained. Everything is as it seems right now, which is to say cold and still. We pass my brother Hunter's place on our way, and I tell Wexler to hang on a second while I check on Hunter's girlfriend, Abigail. Of course, Asa follows me to their front door. I see the lights on inside, but nobody comes to the door for a few beats after I knock. I bite my lip, wondering if I should be concerned, but then I see Abigail hustling to the door on the other side of the duplex. She pokes her head out the door. Hey, Diana, I was just checking on the girls, she says. Girls? Wexler looks thoroughly confused, peering behind Abigail to Hunter's half of the duplex, which is filled with computers and weightlifting equipment. They spend most of their time living on Abigail's side. She means the chickens, I tell him. I look back at Abigail. Did you bring them inside again? When she grimaces, I sigh. You know they have down feathers, right? They'll be okay, Abigail. She waves off my words, saying, I just want to make sure. So anyway, thanks for stopping by, but I'm neck deep in my revisions. I'm gonna hole up and write for the rest of the blizzard. You sure? Dad's making stuffed cabbage, apparently. Abigail shrugs and starts closing the door, already focused back on her work. Asa Wexler looks at me in wonder as I start back down the path to the road. Doesn't she work with your mother on investment strategy at the college? Isn't she banging Hunter Crawford? Banging? Seriously? He shakes his head, then wobbles in the snow. Righting himself, he says, I thought we were speaking comfortably with one another since you threw snow in my face and all. His grin is pretty sexy. Definitely a grin I'd go for if he were a man I was seeking to scratch an itch. But I can't beat thinking nasty thoughts about my family's business associates. Abigail is my brother's beloved. I think that's the term he's using these days, and she's writing a novel. Between you and me, I think she will quit working for my mom once it gets published. I've read it, it's good. You know, Wexler Holdings has some sway in the publishing industry. He says, I'm happy to put in a good word for her. I'm sure Abigail is just fine without your interference. As soon as I say it, I realize that might be a notch too harsh. But damn it, I'm tired from all the shoveling, and this guy has me unsettled. We get a few blocks from my parents' house, and I can see the progress my father made with the tractor. I stoop to remove my boots, catching a glimpse of Wexler's backside as he bends in front of me to do the same. I can see the seams of Fletcher's old snow gear straining a bit, and try to stop focusing on this guy's ass. My brother's a pretty big guy, and I can tell Asa Wexler has an inch or so on him. Enjoying the view? He straightens and slings his snowshoes and mine over his shoulder, catching me in a blush as he walks on ahead. Damn him. I hurry to catch up as he makes his way up the driveway and into the golden light streaming through the kitchen door. Chapter 4. Asa. Daniel Crawford's kitchen reminds me of my bubby's house, filled with delicious smells, laughter, and family. Rose fusses over Archer Crawford, scolding him about frostbite as if he weren't a grown man. Daniel insists Diana taste his sauce the moment she makes her way inside the door. The whole scene is so familiar, and yet so foreign. It's been years since I've been in this type of environment. Family dinner at the Wexler house is a stuffy affair with dry martinis and passive-aggressive commentary on my life choices. The Crawfords barely seem to notice I'm an outsider, shoving homemade beer into my hands and gathering my wet snow things to put in the dryer. I sit at the counter watching Rose fuss around the laundry room while Daniel works the meat and rice into the cabbage leaves before plunking the delectable bundles into the sauce to cook through. Oh, Asa, Rose says, tossing back a glass of white wine. I'm ever so sorry you're stuck here the other night. I hope we've made things comfortable for you. She pats my arm, hopefully. Oh, it's been delightful, I say. Diana's been giving me the royal treatment. Archer snorts and Daniel sighs. So her behavior towards me isn't out of the ordinary. I'm even more intrigued. Seriously, it's been a great afternoon, I say, taking another sip of my drink. What is this? This is amazing. Rose and Daniel beam and he nods his head toward Diana, who scowls. Our girl has been perfecting her brewing techniques, he says. I think she's really hit her stride. You made this, Diana? Are you shocked because I'm a woman or because I'm from this town? She sneers, using air quotes to spit my words back at me. This woman has a chip on her shoulder the size of the Flatiron Building, and I'll be damned if I don't want to be the one to scrape it off and see what's under there. I'm surprised it's homemade because it's got such a refined flavor, I tell her. You could easily sell this to bars in Manhattan. It's not for sale, she says, but I note the tone of her voice is a touch softer. Rose asks after Abigail and seems pleased to hear she's working on her novel this evening. I sit back and enjoy my beer and the ease of the Crawford family conversation. Eventually, we all make our way to the dinner table, with all of them talking at once about their work, their interests, and jokingly wondering whether Hunter can see the blizzard from his perspective in the International Space Station. Rose pats my hand at the mention of Hunter. "We're all just so thrilled you decided to fund Hunter's research," she tells me. I wave away her gesture. "That's a no-brainer investment for me," I say. "He's going to make a splash with his findings from his research mission, and we're going to quadruple my investment when this data goes to clinical trials." I notice that Diana seems less enthused than her family, and it's my turn to raise a brow at her. "You don't think Hunter's research will be successful?" "I just don't want him to lose credit for his life's work," she retorts. "We won't be talking about the Crawford cure for cancer, will we? It'll be Wexler Holdings getting all the recognition." Rose looks like she's going to slice Diana in half with her eyes. She opens her mouth to intervene, but I turn in my chair to face Diana. "I believe Hunter's lawyer is friends with you, Sarah Garrett. Please believe me when I tell you the contract she drew up for Hunter had my own legal team drowning their sorrows. She's formidable, and she took good care of your brother's intellectual property." Diana stabs into her cabbage rolls and ignores me. Archer clears his throat and says, "Hey, speaking of Sarah, weren't she and Indigo trying to have a baby? When's that happening?" The conversation turns to Sarah and her wife and their family plans, and Diana's outburst appears forgotten. I make another mental note to see if Sarah is interested in joining the legal team at Wexler Holdings. I start wondering if a remote position could be possible, assuming she wants to stick around Oak Creek, but then I notice Diana's face light up. Her brother asked her something about growing hops, and Diana softens immediately. She tells her family about growing her beer plants indoors, how the sensitive hops are flourishing using some sort of artificial light. She's vague about the particulars, but passionate about her process. The spark in her eyes is irresistible when she talks botany. I actually get hard, thinking about her bent over her plants, her tight body digging around in the soil, pulling up fragrant herbs. She catches my eye, and I know she feels the heat of my gaze. She blushes, and I vow that moment to figure out what it takes to get Diana Crawford to show me her secret plant lair. Archer and Diana start clearing plates, and I surprise myself by rising to help them. I'm not sure, actually, if I've ever washed a dish, but I'm drawn to this woman. Rose, flustered, insists I'm a guest and should sit back down, but I don't miss Daniel's sly smile when he sees me step beside Diana to dry as she hands over washed plates without looking. When she finally does glance up to see me beside her rather than her brother, she flushes and frowns. "What's the matter, Crawford?" I tease. "Would you feel more comfortable throwing the plate at my head instead?" She smiles and nudges me with her elbow. This is a very different pursuit for me. I'm used to being wanted, for my money, for my notoriety, for my looks. I'm used to being wanted by women looking for social standing and a 3-carat Harry Winston. I can close a deal with a ruthless business associate, and I can drop the panties of any princess on the Upper East Side. But suddenly, all I seem to want is Diana Crawford to yell at me until I fall naked at her feet. Chapter 5. Diana. "I'm getting out the Scrabble board," my father says as Asa and I finish up the dishes. "Rose and I can be on a team." Asa sets the towel on the counter and says, "I can sit out. I'm that guy who—" "Absolutely not, Asa." My mother looks actually offended at this suggestion. "And Daniel, don't be ridiculous. There are no teams in Scrabble. I will sit out the first round and then jump in when Archer gets frustrated." All of us laugh except Archie, who does much better at chess or games involving math and logic. Soon enough, I'm lost in my letters, trying desperately to think of non-sexual words, and failing miserably. "Dude," Archer says after Asa's opening move, "jinx is not a word, come on." Asa arches a brow, and shit, he looks hot. "Is that a challenge, then?" Archer looks back and forth between my parents, who are tight-lipped and trying to keep their faces neutral. Ma stands behind Dad, rubbing his shoulders, trying not to point at his letters or help him. Archer kicks back from the table and stands. You guys are the worst. Jinx for an opening move, get the hell out of here. He stomps out of the room with his beer, and my mother settles into his seat. Well, she says, cracking her knuckles, that was faster than I thought. Asa darling, I see your jinx, and I will add OE. I spend the next hour with a flush on my face, not willing to explain that I keep seeing sexy or cock in my tiles, and unwilling to play any of those words. Asa is surprisingly good at Scrabble, lining up words alongside each letter rather than going for the 7-letter-long words my father can always pluck from the universe. Before long, it's obvious that Asa is going to win 2 out of 3 rounds of Scrabble, and the more I realize this, the more I feel hot and bothered. He contemplates his tiles, his long fingers drumming on the table. I watch his face as he considers. His foot grazes against my leg under the table as he sets down flush for a triple-word score, and my father claps him on the back. I actually feel my nipples tingle as he lines up each tile along another, forming 5 tiny words for literally hundreds of points. I try to feel horrified that slick Scrabble moves turn me on so much, but I can't get there. Asa Wexler ruling the tiles was hot as hell. Archer stomps back in the room and throws the dictionary on the table. How in the hell did you know Jinx was a kind of woodpecker, man? Seriously. Asa leans back in his chair, scratching the stubble on his chin, thinking how best to answer Archer. Scrabble isn't about knowing what the words mean, Archer, he says. Then he meets my eye, his gaze heated. It's about knowing which parts go where for maximum impact. The room feels too hot, and I walk over to the sink for a glass of water, realizing as I head over that I'm more intoxicated than I thought. That, or I'm just so unaccustomed to losing at Scrabble, my mind is actually reeling. I don't like feeling attracted to Asa for more than his looks. Nothing good can come from me wanting him for his sharp mind. I have to remind myself that lots of people probably could beat me at Scrabble if I took more time to play. Mom walks over to me as Dad packs up the board. You okay, honey? I nod. Just not used to meeting a contender is all. I try to smile, but I think she sees through it. You look a bit flushed, dear. I'm glad you have some water. Much as I'd prefer to sleep in my own bed, my parents insist I should stay over. My mother even benevolently offers to let me back in my childhood bedroom, recently remodeled as the river room for when she hosts international visitors. My dad hauled all our childhood possessions into the basement and decorated each room with a nature theme, since Ma felt it wasn't polite to ask dignified guests to stay at the Oak Creek Inn. I keep expecting Indigo to feel insulted that Ma shuns the inn this way, but my best friend assures me she's almost always booked solid anyway, between parents visiting the college and people looking to escape reality. Between my flushed face and the snow and all the beer, I don't really have a strong case to walk home alone in the dark. And so I find myself playing cards in my thermals with my brother and my parents' house guest, who won't quit staring at my tits. Go fish, Archie, I tell him, tossing back the rest of my beer. I'm not sure why I'm drinking so much tonight. There's a lot I need to figure out about my behavior today. Maybe it's that Asa Swagger Wexler reminds me of my ex. Maybe I just don't like the guy. Or maybe I do like him, I think, and then quickly shake my head to move that thought aside. I toss down my cards. I'm out, guys. I have to monitor my grow house before I get too trashed to assess data. I walk into the living room and pull up my app, checking on the temperature and humidity at each growing station. I'm so engrossed I don't realize the guys have followed me until Archer plunks down next to me on the couch. He makes to look over my shoulder, and I pull the phone close to my chest. What the hell, Archer? I don't spy on your client files. Diana. He pauses to belch at me, and I kick him. Why are you so testy about your plants? Why do you act like this is just some herb garden? This is my research, Archer. I'm conducting biological research just like Hunter. God, I wish I cared about microgravity just so Wexler here could pay to send me to space to get away from you. I'm about to start beating on him in earnest when Asa Wexler shocks the hell out of me by saying, "What were you saying earlier about hops in space?" I'm so stunned that he was paying attention to what I said that I forgot my douchebag brother and tell Asa, "There's a certain kind of hops I want to try to grow. The hop swaths in Tatnang, Germany are supposedly big enough to see from space, but I keep forgetting to ask Hunter to look for me." "I'll make sure he looks," Asa says, holding my gaze with a smoldering undertone. I start babbling, telling him and Archer about the lake effect in Tetnang, keeping the temperature stable in the region. The winters are warmer and the summers are slightly cooler, but I think I can mimic that ideal growing environment indoors, I tell him, slightly breathless. "Is that what you're working on your research?" he asks, "growing hops?" I know the question comes from a place of interest, and that, unlike my brother, Asa sees that I am working on cultivating answers to societal problems. Asa is, after all, an investor in scientific research. But he's also a man, and that makes him suspect. Too much risk associated with men, especially men who turn me on. I sigh. "I don't talk about my larger research goals," I say. I make sure I'm logged out of my monitoring app and stand up. I'm going to bed. I walk down the hall to my childhood bedroom and collapse onto the twin bed. It wasn't so long ago I would have let my guard down for a man who seemed interested in me as a scientist, who seemed to take delight in the ways my mind works. It wasn't so long ago a man shattered my ability to trust. Asa might be charming and clever with a good memory for detail, but I have to remind myself that at his core, Asa is no different from Jay. Asa is a venture capitalist. His entire intention is to profit from the work of others. Sure, he might seem like he's out to form partnerships and help my brother out, but in the end, Asa Wexler is going to make a killing, and my brother will be the ghostwriter of his own life's work. I hear the door to the neighboring room open, then close, and I know he's lying there, inches from me. I try not to imagine what he's wearing to bed, what his body looks like as he lies there in Fletcher's old room. This can't be a man I'm thinking about sexually. My mother depends on him for funding. He's not going anywhere. And I'm not putting myself out there again like I did with Jay. I pull out my phone again and monitor my lab one more time. I have a bad feeling this might be the last batch of medical marijuana I'm able to work on for my research partners from Pittsburgh. The state is changing legislation left and right, creating new rules about who can and cannot grow cannabis for medical research, let alone for sale in the official dispensaries. I know that this sativa strain I've cultivated is ideal to help control seizures. I knew it the last time, too, and it turned out I was right. Not that the name Crawford appears anywhere on any bank account benefiting from that successful seizure med. Hell, Asa was probably the investor who took that to Big Pharma and legitimized it. I can't dwell on all that. I shake my head and check the humidity, the light, the temperature. I check the doorways. Nobody has been in or out since I locked up earlier. My work is safe. Dr. Khalsa is still contracted for this harvest. It becomes a refrain I repeat to myself as I try to fall asleep. The next thing I know, I'm being woken by my mother's shouts to my father to hurry up with breakfast. Chapter 6. Asa. Diana Crawford fresh from sleep is a shockingly alluring sight. I don't often see women in the morning. The ones who stick around for coffee seem to roll out of bed in full makeup and pristine clothes. But Diana just looks at home in her skin, like yesterday. Her long hair is pulled up in a messy bun, and she makes her way to her parents' kitchen in wool socks and leggings that display her toned legs and leave me adjusting my morning wood inside my khakis. She pads around in an oversized flannel shirt that must have belonged to one of her brothers, and she doesn't even appear to notice me as she privately sips her coffee, eyes closed, enjoying the sensation of the warm liquid. I'm not sure what I find so arousing about watching a woman ignore me to drink coffee, but I feel drawn to her and her short temper, quick tongue. I can't recall ever feeling drawn to a particular woman before. Generally, I'm game for whoever will agree to roll around with no strings attached. My father impressed upon me from a young age that relationships would get in the way of my business ambitions. Above all else, he taught me to nurture the family company. Of course, that was before he retired and stepped down as president and CEO of Wexler Holdings. Now, he and my mother won't shut the hell up about me giving them grandchildren. Diana Crawford doesn't make me think about grandchildren, though. She makes me think of a jungle cat, cautious and sharp, watchful and lithe. You're staring. Her voice snaps me back to attention, where I'm leaning on the counter, indeed staring at her as she finishes her coffee. Sorry, I mutter and shrug. Wasn't sure if I should. I gesture toward the coffee pot and she rolls her eyes. She slides me a mug and the pot and I smile, glad she didn't pour it for me. I just watched Diana chug her coffee down black, but I'm much more particular. I add the milk slowly, seeking just the right shade of walnut, and now it's her turn to stare. I don't want her to pull her eyes off me, so I slow my pour to a drip until we're both laughing. That's a sound I need to hear again. It seems to fill the whole room, and I like that her laughter is hard-won. "All right, Dad," Diana says and pecks her father on the cheek. "I'm out. I just saw Levon pass by with the plow again. I gotta check on my babies." Before I can say another word, she's bundled up and out the door, leaving me alone in the kitchen with Daniel and Rose. Archer evidently skied off home before the sun came up, claiming he's got to get his clients ready for quarterly taxes. Rose smiles and asks if I'm planning to meet with Andrew Morley about the AI work they're doing over at the college, but I shake my head. I have to get back. I had an update email from Morley this morning. He seems to think things are going well. "And when might we expect to see you back here in town?" she asks. I can already see the gears turning in her head. Maybe if she offers me a cocktail reception, I'll come back with a few more $1,000,000 for the hard sciences at OCC. Depends on what Hunter gets accomplished up there, I tell her, gesturing upward. I finish my eggs and rise from the table. Rose, Daniel, thank you again for your hospitality. I'm going to wander around town and stretch my legs before I catch a train home. Do you want company? Rose hustles to stand up and join me, but I know she has work to attend to up the hill. Lord knows what trouble the undergrads got themselves into given the snow day. I eventually convince her and Daniel that I'm fine to explore their town alone. I feel much more myself walking through the quaint streets of Oak Creek in my own clothes, although I do make note that I'll have to have my Berlutis treated after crunching through the salty sidewalks. I start to wonder if Daniel and Rose really bought my story of looking for a newspaper at the co-op. I could give two shits about getting a pastry to go at the bakery. I'm drawn back toward Diana's shop, and I try not to hurry as I walk there along the sidewalk she shoveled herself. The only place I want to be is inside the tiny little houseplant haven, where a beautiful woman is oh so carefully splicing plants in the sunshine that pours through the front window of her shop. She bites her lip, concentrating as she wraps the delicate stems in twine. I watch her work until I can't take it anymore, and then I push into the door. The bell tinkles above my head, and she looks up. "Wexler," she says, turning her face back to her plants. "You get lost looking for the train station?" "I came to see your research," I tell her, "and I came to see you." She snorts. "I told you, I don't show people my lab. My clients don't even go back there." She brushes off her hands and holds two separate pots up, smiling. "These you can look at," she says. "It's witch hazel." "Witch hazel is a real thing?" She laughs again, a sound I could bottle up and pipe through my house. "Nature's own astringent. I sell a lot of it at the co-op for teenage acne, and the acorns buy it to treat their hemorrhoids." "Do I even want to know what that means?" She shakes her head, and I reach for the little pot, examining the yellow flowering shrub in the light. It smells clean and sharp. "What other plants do you Frankenstein together?" I step a notch closer, gauging her reaction, and she doesn't back away from me entering her space. She grins and wags a finger. I told you you're not getting into my lab, and I don't mess around too much propagating herbs, but I grow a lot of useful plants. She walks around the front of the shop, showing me small pots of herbs I've never heard of. Nettles, gooseberry, comfrey. You might just be a witch after all, I tease, sniffing something fragrant and purple. I squint to read the tiny, handwritten name tag. Hyssop. Maybe I am, she counters. She snaps a leaf from a potted plant, and the smell of peppermint wafts toward my face. She offers the leaf toward me, asking, "Do you need something to cool you down?" I step even closer to her and decide I don't want to wait any longer to quench my thirst for this woman. Instead of taking the leaf with my hand, I dip my head and lick it from her finger, sucking a bit as she gasps at the contact. She meets my eye, and I see she's as turned on as me. Her pupils are fully dilated, and she's breathing heavily as my tongue moves over her fingertip. I box her in against the counter, one arm on either side of her warm body. "I think I'm under your spell," I tell her, and I lean in for the kiss. Chapter 7. Diana. I really wasn't going to get involved with Asa Wexler. He's in business with my family. I'll have to see him again. He breaks all my rules. But he's intoxicating, and damn it, he's good at games and interested in my plants, and that turns me on so much I can feel my jeans melting off my thighs. When he leans in to kiss me, I sink my dirt-covered hands into the lapels of his designer coat and pull him against my body. Not caring that I have a glass store window and I'm sucking face with a billionaire for all the town to see, I moan into his mouth as he deepens the kiss. And my God, Asa Wexler can kiss. His lips are soft and insistent. He smells like cold air and the combined aromas of the witch hazel and the mint he just sucked off my finger. I could get lost in a kiss like this, as his tongue slips into my mouth and gently tangles with my own. He releases a small, deep moan into my mouth, and I pull back. "This is just sex," I tell him. "Just sex," he says, bringing one hand to my hip, his big fingers curving around my body to stroke the skin of my back, his thumb teasing inside the waistband of my jeans. "I'm not showing you my lab," I tell him, and then I gasp as his other hand snakes up my back and deftly unclasps my bra. Chapter 8. Asa. What in the hell was that? I don't even know what came over me in there. I just unleashed upon that woman like some feral wolf, and she seemed into it. I decide to take the train back to the city to clear my head. All told, it's faster for me to walk to the station and jump aboard than it would be for Andrea to send the chopper to come and get me, let alone hire a driver or arrange a chartered flight from any nearby airport. The first-class car of the train is a nice change of pace from my leather cocoon inside my town car, and I actually enjoy the passing scenery as I catch up on all the calls I should have made yesterday, trying to get the taste of Diana out of my mouth, the sound of her moans out of my mind. "Andrea," I start, staring at the white-covered hills between Oak Creek and New York City. "I need you to obtain something for me, immediately." She laughs. "Are we doing earrings this time, or pearls?" "Nothing like that," I snap, hating that I've become so predictable. "I need someone on the phone with a hops farmer in Germany. There's a botanist in Oak Creek working on something interesting, and I want a seedling in her hands before nightfall." "A botanist? Weren't you up there to follow up with your artificial intelligence project?" I sigh, wondering if Andrea can tell that my interest in this woman goes well beyond business. "I encountered her during the blizzard." I can practically hear her raising her eyebrows at me, but she doesn't give me shit about it. "Send me the info and I'll take care of it." "Thank you. Oh, and Andrea, get the courier to send you a picture of her receiving it. I want to know that it's arrived." She immediately pivots the conversation to our investment in a small publishing house that's launching some new print-to-order technology for stores. Turns out some people still like to read physical books. I trust the data Andrea got from our team. I haven't had time to read a book since undergrad. My thoughts flash quickly to Abigail and her novel, and then immediately jump to a fantasy of me standing behind Diana at a book release party. Shaking my head, I pull it together and work my way through my email. By the time I finish reading updates on all the clients I ignored during the blizzard, the train is pulling into Penn Station, and I feel more like a human man and less like a beast. This really was a pleasant way to travel. I make a mental note for next time as my driver meets me to take my bag at the platform. I still can't stop thinking about Diana Crawford, and I can't quite figure out why. She's certainly less uptight than the women who usually attract me. I didn't notice a lick of makeup, and she was primarily wearing thermals and denim when we were together. Except when she was wearing nothing at all. The feel of her silken skin, stretched taut over her tight little body, is imprinted in my mind. I keep replaying the sound of her moaning my name, thrashing against that counter while I drove into her. Damn it, she might actually be a witch. I text Andrea to ask her if she's ever seen witch hazel in real life, and ask if we can get some for my office. I decide it must be Diana's independence that intrigues me. She runs her own business, and I promise myself I'll find out what she's really doing in there. She shovels her own snow. She takes care of her brother's girlfriend while he's off doing work for me. Yes, I think Diana Crawford is a mystery worth solving. Andrea has a corner office opposite mine. She's really the engine of Wexler Holdings. It comes as no surprise when she pokes her head into my office later in the afternoon to ask how I'd like the picture receipt. I take a minute to marvel that she's achieved her mission so quickly. Can you text it to me, Andrea? I'm neck deep in a financial report for a firm in Pittsburgh asking for seed money for a new cancer screening device. A few seconds later, when Diana's face lights up my phone, I jump. She looks utterly stunned, her jaw dropped in surprise as she cradles the seedling. It's just a hasty cell phone pic, blurry and a bit smudged, but it consumes my attention. I love knowing that I managed to surprise her, and I hate that I wasn't there to hear the sound she made when she opened the seedling, realized what it was. She has to know it came from me, and I like that I've caught her off guard. I don't typically see women more than once or twice. These high society women bore me, even as my mother thrusts them toward me, hoping I'll marry one and give her grandchildren. I chuckle, knowing Diana is going crazy since she has no way to contact me without going through her family to get my information. I imagine the sound of her voice, calling me to scream obscenities, and the frustration she feels knowing I've got the upper hand. Something tells me I won't be hearing from her before I head back to Oak Creek. But I can play a long game, and Diana Crawford is a fine prize. Chapter 9. Diana. I try to forget that Asa Wexler came into my shop and fucked the wind out of me. That was equal parts unexpected and everything I needed to take my mind off of my work situation. I try to go about my business checking my plants, adjusting heat and temperature, but Enid, the town constable, walks through the door and clears her throat. I look up from my laptop and clench my jaw. What can I do for you, Enid? She coughs again, shifting uncomfortably. Look, Diana, she says, the thing is... She looks around the front, where the shelves of spider plants and orchids sit waiting to be picked up by their owners who water them too much. Well, dang it, Diana, people saw you. I flush. Which people? Depending on her answer, this could either go away entirely with a peace offering, or land me in the Oak Creek gossip mill. I breathe a sigh of relief when Enid whispers that it was Annika, the Oak Creek veterinarian. She was all bundled up, rushing to get into the clinic and check on the fur babies, Enid says. She might not have mentioned it, except I went in to drop off Bruce. You remember I got a new dog named Bruce, and told her I was planning to thank you for shoveling out Ed Hastings, and well, Annika didn't want me to interrupt anything. Enid flushes now and exhales, the weight of her confession dissipating as she adjusts her utility belt. Are you going to give me a citation? Her eyes go wide. No, are you kidding? What would I even write in the report? People read those, Diana. Lord, no. She asks me to consider getting blinds, and I offer her a posy of herbs I was about to hang upside down to dry. She accepts my gift, and I know I have to think of something big to get Annika to keep her mouth shut. I curse my stupidity for letting Wexler distract me. This is why I leave town when I feel the urge to fuck someone. But nobody fucks quite like Asa Wexler. As I wrap up some catnip for Annika, I remember the feeling of his tongue lashing against my clit, and decide it might just have been worth the hassle. I won't tell a soul as long as you give me details, Annika says, reaching for the catnip with a sly smile. You know I've been with Matthew for 10 years. Details about what? Indigo appears out of nowhere, cradling a writhing bundle of fur and staring at me intently. There was another rabbit in my basement, Annika, she says, thrusting the creature forward and then crossing her arms. Diana Crawford, do you have something to tell us? I sigh and tug at the hair around my temples, wondering how to explain what happened when I still don't understand it myself. I give Indigo and Annika the rough overview of my unplanned tryst in the houseplant haven, but I save the details for myself. I don't want to share the way I felt when Asa seemed to know what would bring me the most pleasure before I knew. Like he had a map of my nerve endings. I don't want to share how it felt to let myself go, to lose control, and emerge on the other side a shivering puddle of post-orgasmic mess. Later that afternoon, the bell rings above my door yet again. I emerge from the lab to find a confused courier I recognize from around the college campus. Diana Crawford? I nod. He thrusts a box in my arms, and I open it cautiously. I gasp when I see what's inside. Gingerly, I lift out the tiny plant cutting and inhale. Tettnanger, German hops I've been dying to grow. I hear a click as the courier takes my picture. What the hell? Sender wanted proof of receipt. He cracks his gum and zips out of the shop before I can ask anything else. There's no card, but there's also no question where it came from. Damn you, Wexler, I mutter, sniffing the fragrant hops again. I vow to make sure I don't even exchange names with my next conquest. This is too messy. Personal gifts. He knows how to reach me, and of course, I can only contact him if I call his business number and ask his secretary. Would serve you right if I chuck this in the compost, I mutter. But then I stroke the plant apologetically, knowing I would never do such a thing. I have the seedling transplanted and sunning against its own trellis an hour later, while I set up sensors and lights to get it going back in my lab. My mouth waters, imagining the summer ale I'll brew. I don't let myself think about drinking it with Asa, naked, after another mind-blowing session of filthy sex. I don't have time to dwell on Asa or his magic tongue. My research plants are nearing maturity, and it's almost time to harvest them, pack them up gently, and trek out to Pittsburgh to deliver them to Dr. Kelsa in person. We both prefer when I transport the medical marijuana myself and take it straight to his lab at the hospital. Medical marijuana is such a new industry in Pennsylvania. There's no real way to ensure my crop or the delivery. I've tried, and my brother Archer knows it, but I'm not about to let my family in on my business details. Archer knows I've been sniffing around talking to insurance brokers. He's the only CPA in town and knows more about everyone's lives than the pharmacist. I've been cultivating this particular strain for Dr. Kelsa for a few years now for his neurology research. I'm not licensed to grow medical cannabis for dispensaries yet, but I'm close. Kelsa has some sort of research loophole since he collaborates with other institutions in other states. Traveling out to see him every few months, talking to his neurology team. I'll never admit it to my mother, but I've missed this sort of camaraderie, of working for a big academic system. I miss having colleagues. But when you work with other researchers, you have to trust that they aren't going to steal your ideas and then leave you choking on their dust. It's better this way, operating under the radar, alone. It was a fortunate accident that I found Dr. Kalsa right as I was setting up my lab once I bought the Houseplant Haven building. One of his patients was in town to give a lecture about something else, but she was staying with Indigo, and I got to hear all about how her neurologist was among the first in the nation to dive into research for medical cannabis and seizure control. Indigo called me to come meet Emma Stagg, knew I'd be interested in nerding out about brains and plants. I smile, remembering how nervous I was to make a call to Dr. Kalsa that first time, and then how excited he was to hear from someone able to grow a specific strain under pristine lab conditions. I shiver a little, walking the rows of genetically identical plants. My leech of an ex might have stolen my ideas in grad school, but his traitorous ass only made me work harder. This lab is a thing of efficient, nutrient-rich perfection, and I'll be damned if I let another man so much as look at it. Chapter 10. Asa. Hey, Andrea. I frown, looking over the stack of papers she slid across my desk. What the hell is all this? She raises her eyebrows at me over the top of her computer screen, but doesn't look away from her work as she says, "That's the dossier on the botanist, Dr. Diana Crawford. I figured you were interested in investing, so I pulled up her whole backstory." There's not much here. Printouts of articles Diana co-authored when she was a graduate student, a newspaper clipping of her opening the Houseplant Haven. I look down at the stack to see Andrea has highlighted something in bright red. J. Buford. I hate that slimy jerk. He's listed as the co-author on several of the papers along with Diana. They must have been at Princeton together. He pushed me to invest in some quasi-pot drug a few years back, and it ended up being a cash cow, but something has always rubbed me the wrong way about him. It's hard for me to imagine Diana collaborating with him on an article about botanical treatments for unilateral cerebellar damage in focal epilepsy. Shit, I can't even pronounce these words, and she can sling them around in a meaningful way. She's actually out there doing things, finding answers to people's problems, like her brother. My family legacy is asking people to sign away a portion of their dreams so we can ride the coattails of their success. My stomach turns, thinking of Jay Buford again, and I decide to go take a walk. "Andrea, hold my calls," I grunt, and I don't look back as I stride toward the elevator. I walk along the reservoir in Central Park, remembering how, as a kid, I always thought this was as wild as nature got. I can't remember leaving Manhattan until I was a teenager. My parents didn't bring us along with them on their European vacations. When I took my birthright trip to Israel and stood in the darkness in the Negev desert, then I knew how very small my view of the world had been. Ever since then, though, my parents began pushing, insisting I needed to do my Wexler duty and step into my role at the head of Wexler Holdings. Sometimes, today especially, I feel like a fraud, spending my family's accumulated wealth, trying to make the dragon's hoard even bigger. My father was not pleased when I decided to invest in Hunter Crawford's work. I'm not going to see a return on that investment for a long time, but damn it, he's working to figure out answers to problems that matter to society. I kick gravel on the path, thinking of Diana's face as she talked to me about plants. That whole family is so inspired, so interested in the world. I think that's why I never balk about staying in the Crawfords' house in Oak Creek. Everywhere else I have to stay overnight, I just have Andrea buy property and staff it for when I'm in town. But Rose Mitchell and her family just feel, somehow, like coming home. I try to imagine my mother serving homemade anything to a guest of honor, let alone beaming with obvious pride at her daughter's beer. I sigh, realizing there's no reason for me to go back to Oak Creek for business for at least a few months. I can't stop thinking about Diana Crawford, and I pull up the courier's picture of her in my phone to see if I can notice something else new about the curve of her cheek, or the way her hair glints in the late afternoon sun. As I'm staring at my screen, I walk out of what must have been a dead zone for cell reception because my phone erupts in missed messages from Andrea. Shit. I tap out a hasty apology and walk back to reality, where I pull the lever on people's dreams and have to make decisions that affect people's livelihoods. My team is waiting for me as I exit the elevator, holding out pens and contracts requiring signatures, waiting for the green light to launch new initiatives or move ahead with calculated mergers. With the flick of a pen, I launch a new fleet of passenger jets, fund solar energy production, and liquidate a coal mining operation. Mine isn't a life that can slow down and search for wild witch hazel. Asa, we need to talk about the cancer people in Pittsburgh, Andrea says. She's got a folder, so I know this is a sit-down situation. Hit me, I tell her, gesturing for her to enter my office. What have we got? Chapter 11. Diana. Abigail and Indigo texted me repeatedly all day to meet them at the Nobler experiment after work. Oak Creek is a dry town, no thanks to meddling senior citizens, and the Nobler experiment sits right across from the town limits. Townspeople flock there if they're looking for a social gathering that does not involve tai chi, kombucha, or caffeine. I've been avoiding my friends since the Asa encounter, and I know they know this. The whole thing just makes me so uncomfortable. But Abigail's right. I haven't made fun of Indigo's baking habit for a whole week. I lock up and set all my alarms for my lab, then walk the few blocks to the bar. My eyes take a minute to adjust to the bright light after walking there in the dark. As I stand in the doorway banging sidewalk slush off my boots, my friends rush up and grab my arms. Diana Crawford, enough of this avoidance. Indigo's curly hair shakes as she jabs a finger into my chest. She shoves me into a booth across from her and her wife, Sarah. Abigail starts pouring liquor from a plastic pitcher and shoving 2 full glasses toward all of us. Now, Indigo continues, we've heard all about Abigail and Hunter trying out video sex from outer space, so you're welcome for holding that convo before you got here. It's your turn to tell us the real story about who sent you plant clippings from Germany and why you've been holed up in your root cellar. My seedlings reached maturity. Nope. Sarah cuts me off. Last time that happened, you were still at our house every night for Schitt's Creek. Try again. Weren't you and Indigo supposed to update us on your baby process? Indigo swigs her drink and grins. We chose a donor and ordered a tank of sperm. There, you're up. I sigh. These girls are worse than my mother. He breaks all my rules. I begin, spinning my glass between my fingers, not meeting their eyes. Sarah grunts, and Abigail leans forward. What rules? Like safety rules? I shake my head, and Indigo butts in. Diana only begs men she doesn't have to see again. Sarah nods, adding, she goes into the city once a quarter to get laid and spends the rest of her time moping at our place. I do not mope. Abigail frowns at this and says, you said something about hating men when we first met? I remember because I was off men too, after my ex. Abigail came to Oak Creek when her loser boyfriend raised a hand to her. She and my brother have been pretty much inseparable, though. Apart from his current journey to the space station. It's nothing like your shithead ex, I tell her, swigging from my glass, which turns out to be filled with watery margarita. I had a bad breakup in graduate school, and I don't care to do that again. Bad breakup? The guy stole your research, patented it, and sold it for millions of dollars. Sarah is still salty that I never hired her to sue Jay, but she was fresh out of law school then, and I was too angry and bitter to do anything productive. I moved back home to Oak Creek and bought the houseplant Haven instead. So you made man rules, and this new guy broke them? Abigail prods, slurping down a second glass of watery booze. Well, I mean, You know I'm talking about Asa Wexler, right? Her eyes widen. You slept with Asa? Ooh, I bet that was exciting. He has very nice fingers. I can't help but laugh at tipsy Abigail. It's been great making friends with her, even if she is sleeping with my weirdest brother. I heard you did it right in front of your store window. Damn it, Indigo, did you blab? I did not, Indigo insists. I just told Abigail the highlights after she told me about her outer space cybersex. Don't make that face, Diana. Because she and Hunter aren't the only ones in this town getting freaky and spontaneous. The rest of us old married people just live for this kind of excitement, Diana. Now, when are you seeing him again? I shrug. I guess when he comes to town? But like I said, he breaks my rules. He works with my family. I'm not starting a relationship with him. But he sent you a plant. Indigo grabs my hand. That's way more romantic than when Hunter got Abigail apology chickens. This town is so weird, Abigail says, and she drains her glass. But if he sent you a special plant, he must want to show you his fingers again. She hiccups. I laugh. Want me to get his cell number from Hunter? Then you can text Asa a picture of your boobs. Indigo and Sarah applaud this idea and help Abigail get out her phone. She's in the middle of texting my brother before I dive across the table and snatch the phone from her. Abigail, stop it! I'm not having my brother's girlfriend ask some guy for his cell number. Abigail tilts her head and stares at me. That's right, she says. You don't trust people. That's why you do everything yourself. Well, yeah, I scoff. Everyone knows that, don't they? I look around the table at my friends, who look back at me uncomfortably. I trusted them with my secret this week, didn't I? I trusted them not to broadcast all around town that I had an exhibitionist morning. Look what happened the last time I trusted someone. My brother's girlfriend clutches my hand and meets my eye. Thank you for showing me your special pot plants, Diana. She hiccups. Are you going to sell them to that doctor guy? The energy shifts, and I can tell we're done digging into my personal life. I tell the girls how I'm packing up to go to Pittsburgh this week and deliver the latest batch. Indigo and Abigail insist I should go get my hair done before the trip, and before I can stop the bleeding, even Sarah agrees I need to spruce up my look to make this sales call. She knows how important it is for me to maintain research clientele if I'm going to scale up and grow for the medical dispensaries. All right, I tell them. I'll go to the mall and get a new suit and a haircut. Are you satisfied? No! Indigo pounds on the table. I'm going with you, dang it. We can pick up my sperm tank while we're out getting you new underthings. Chapter 12. Asa. Andrea charters me a flight to Pittsburgh to close the deal with the cancer screening team. I should feel more excited about this trip. These are the kind of investments I tell myself I need, the ones that truly make a difference in the world. I've read this guy's research articles, even though I don't understand them. I've interviewed experts in the field to get their take. He's the real deal. And private investment from venture capitalists like me are a lot easier for him to land than government research grants these days. I've been all out of whack since I got back from Oak Creek, though. I don't even take the same joy in brokering deals. Andrea even commented that she hasn't seen me yell at anyone in weeks. I've been going home from the office and sitting in my penthouse watching documentaries about plants, jacking off to memories of Diana Crawford and her sharp tongue and her soft hips. She is the very best type of distraction, luring me in with an unfamiliar pull. I find that I enjoy just sitting and thinking about her, daydreaming about bringing her back to my otherwise lifeless apartment. The team in Pittsburgh gives me the royal welcome. I sit through their presentation at the hospital and actually feel moved by some of the personal stories they threw in about the women who agreed to clinical trials for this device. I had already decided to say yes before I left Manhattan, but I make the decision to swing the contract a bit in their favor, taking less of a cut of the profits I know will come pouring in when this thing goes to market. These guys are going to change the process of women's healthcare screenings. A guy with a mustache rises to shake my hand, and I realize we've come to the part of the show where we sign papers. You guys put on a hell of a presentation, I say, pumping his hand. This is where I'm supposed to tell you I'll have my people call your people. Andrea is standing by waiting with the contract back at the office.
But I'll tell you what, let me save you the antacid. I'm going to call my chief of staff right now and have her send you an offer I promise you'll like.
Mustache starts wringing my hand harder.
Oh, Mr. Wexler, truly you have no idea what this funding stream will mean for patients. You will be saving countless lives, sir.
I cough uncomfortably and pull my hand back. I run it through my hair and look toward the door, hoping to signal that I'm ready for them to drive me back to the Omni Hotel so I can sip whiskey alone. They don't get the signal, though, and wheel in a cart of snacks. I pull out my phone to text Andrea. Bump down our percentage 10% and send them the contract. Almost immediately, my phone zings with her response. Have you gone mad? Are we running a nonprofit now? I feel a lightness in my chest, a stirring something akin to happiness. Grinning, I ask Mustache to show me to the restroom. In the hallway, I see an attractive woman from the back. She's tall and slender, her long hair spilling down her back in gentle waves from the loose ponytail. Her tailored suit shows her curves, but only because I'm staring. I try to look away, realizing I seem like a creep, but then I hear her voice. Wavering, unsteady, she says, "Well, thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry too." Holy shit. Diana? She spins around and recognizes me. Her eyes flare. What the hell are you doing here?
Having a better day than you from the looks of things.
I can tell that she wants to flip me off or kick me in the nuts, but she's here on business, clearly. The man standing with her clears his throat and shakes her hand again.
Please keep in touch, Dr. Crawford, he says. I mean it.
She just nods and starts to walk down the hall. I'll be damned if I let her go like this.
Diana!
I jog after her.
Wait up, let me buy you a drink.
She emits a noise halfway between a cough and a strangulation. There's not enough booze in the world, Wexler.
What do you mean? Seriously, slow down.
She pauses and looks around the hall, biting her lip. Don't you have people you should be buying? I gesture non-committally back toward the conference room.
I finished all that. Let me take you to dinner.
I'm going to be drinking my dinner today, but thank you. She starts walking again. It occurs to me that she's on the verge of tears. She clearly just had a bad meeting.
Come on,
I say, reaching for her wrist.
Let me get you a cab and a stiff drink. You can throw it in my face if you want. We can start a tradition where you douse me with something different in each city.
She sighs. I'm in. I want to pump my fist in the air, but I refrain. I will accept your cab and your whiskey, Wexler, but we aren't starting a tradition. We aren't starting anything at all.
A gathering of acquaintances, then,
I tell her, and one side of her mouth raises in a half-smile. I'm grinning like a kid at Coney Island when I open her cab door for her and slide in beside her on the back seat.
Where can we get a stiff drink?
I ask the driver. He turns around and smiles. You two look like you'd enjoy the butter joint.
Sounds perfect.
I almost reach over to squeeze Diana's thigh, and then I remember that we're only familiar in my fantasies. She stares out the window as the cab pulls into traffic, and I stare at her for the short ride to the bar.
Keep the change,
I tell the driver, tossing him a 50 and racing around to open Diana's door for her. She rolls her eyes, but lets me open the door to the bar for her. The host escorts her to a table, and I hurry to catch up as she slides into a booth. She immediately flags down the server, orders 2 shots, and then tips them both down in quick succession when they arrive.
Okay then,
I say.
Care to tell me what happened today?
Oh, just the end of my business, she says, waving for the server to come back. I lean in and tell the guy to bring us a pitcher of water and some fries, and to make sure one of the next set of drinks comes to me. Then I squint and eye her up.
You really got dressed up for this,
I say.
Today must have been important if you left your boots behind.
I used a damn curling iron. she says, tugging at her hair. She squirms uncomfortably in her suit jacket, as if she's just now realizing she's not in jeans and soft cotton. I catch a whiff of floral scent as she tugs on her collar, and it's more intoxicating than the whiskey that arrives at our table.
Tell me about your meeting,
I urge. She shakes her head. I don't want to talk about business, Wexler. She pauses. Thank you for the hop seedling. That was unexpected.
Is it the right thing? Is it growing?
I lean forward as she nods and begins to tell me about the Tettnanger and her plans to brew a special beer with it this summer once it matures.
I can't wait to taste it,
I tell her, licking my lips, hoping it's clear I mean to taste both the beer and her hypnotic skin again, as soon as possible. She's so animated, talking about her hydroponic lab and her growing lamps. It seems the trick to getting Diana to relax lies in asking her about plants. She even pulls out her phone and shows me the seedling I sent, climbing up its own little trellis in what must be her lab.
You can monitor all that remotely? Why so many cameras?
She shakes her head again. Nope, not talking about my work. Nice try. But she seems a little lighter, having shown me the little nozzles and sensors she's got monitoring the hops, keeping track of the temperature and humidity just in that area. What specialized plants is she growing, I wonder, and what business deals brought her to a hospital in Pittsburgh? She sits back against the wall and crosses her arms, eating a fry. So what, you just saw me in the hall and walked out of your meeting without looking back? I shrug.
Pretty much. My people will send the contract to their people. I'd rather have you yell at me than sit with them kissing my ass.
She sighs. I raise a brow at her and reach for a fry, waiting. Wexler, she says finally, I've decided to fuck you again. Where's your hotel? Chapter 13. Diana. Asa moves like a man worried I'll change my mind, which, to be fair, is a decent hypothesis on his part. He throws a bunch of money on the table and yanks my hand, pulling me out into the crisp air. He pulls up a rideshare app on his phone and tugs me into a lift a moment later. My heart is racing too fast to hear where he sends the driver. I figure, if I'm going to have the worst business day of my life, I might as well get some more of the best sex I've ever had. This doesn't have to mean anything. Asa Wexler doesn't do relationships. Indigo looked him up online. He's got a string of wealthy kittens trailing after him like a ball of golden thread. In the back of the car, in the twilight that comes so early in winter, he slinks a hand over to my thigh. I gasp when his long fingers climb higher, toward the crease of my hip, and he slides closer to me, putting an arm around my shoulders. That hand goes traveling too, reaching down under my arm toward the sensitive skin along my breast.
You look damn good today, Diana,
he whispers into my hair. I shiver and turn my head toward him. The streetlights glint off his blue eyes, heady with lust.
You'll look even better spread open on my bed.
And then his mouth is on mine, and I forget we have an audience. His lips taste like liquor and like him, the unique male essence of Asa that trickled into my dreams the past few weeks. He doesn't take the kiss too far, but I can feel the urgent need pulsing through him as he slips his tongue into my mouth, bites my lower lip gently. I remember that I didn't get to see him naked last time, and I lift a hand to his chest, feeling the firm pecs through his suit jacket, eager to peel him out of these stiff layers. As he slips a patrolling finger into my waistband, my breath catches. The driver coughs, and I see we've pulled up beside a luxury hotel downtown. Asa hustles me out of the car and into the door, where the bellhop sees him coming and tries to come suck up to him. Mr. Wexler, can we bring you anything for the guests this evening? Asa slaps a bill into his hand and tells him,
Make sure we are not disturbed and there's more where that came from.
The boy nods and opens the brass-plated elevator. By the time the door slides shut, Asa has me backed against the wall, pressing the entire hard length of his body against mine. I moan, tilting my hips into his, feeling his shaft throbbing against his suit pants. I had forgotten so quickly how wild and powerful he feels. He wraps a hand in my ponytail like before and tilts my head back. When he nips at my neck, I know I'm gone. I want nothing more than for this man to toss me onto his bed, yank me out of my clothes, and fuck me senseless. To make me forget, even if it's just for a little while. The elevator doors open right into his room. Of course he has the penthouse, and he tosses me over his shoulder. I should hate being handled this way, but I don't. I love the raw, wild energy coursing through him. He smacks my ass as he strides across the room, and I laugh at the unexpected pleasure. He actually does toss me onto his bed, and when I sit halfway onto my elbows, I'm treated to the sight of Asa loosening his tie, stripping out of his stiff designer suit, his eyes flashing with hurried, desperate need.
I've spent a long time thinking about what I'd do with you if I ever got the chance again,
he says, his voice low. And what did you decide? I toy. Chapter 14. Asa. I'm tangled together with a goddess. Her hair, sweaty and knotted, is wound around my arm. I have her pulled tight against my chest as I try to regain my composure. I'm not sure what the hell that was, but I'm not about to let go of her until I get to do it again. I'm still somehow half hard, and I slowly rock my hips against Diana's ass, but she groans. I need an hour or a month.
How about I give you 15 minutes?
I love the sound of her laughter, so I try to get her talking again.
So what's with all the hunting names? Diana, Hunter?
Yes, and Archer and Fletcher. It sort of became a joke by the time Ma was pregnant with Fletch. She wriggles and turns so she's facing me, her fingers toying with the hair on my chest and sending tingles through my body. Dad's always saying he's not sure how he managed to land a woman like Ma, that he needed the goddess of the hunt on his side to keep her. She shrugs. My mother liked that idea.
I bet she did,
I say, gathering her hair back from her face so I can look into her brown eyes. I can see flecks of gold glint in the low light in the hotel room. I kiss the tip of her nose.
Can I ask about today yet, or do I need to give you another orgasm first?
She groans. Fuck it. I lost a contract today. My only contract, really. So I'm back to square one.
You were selling plants at the hospital?
I feel her stiffen. I'm not giving you the details, okay? I nod, continuing to rub her shoulders. I had a contract with the neurology researchers and it ended. Some sort of bullshit state regulations about growing licenses and red tape. She sighs and starts to back out of my arms. It's always something.
Where are you going?
I'm going to raid your minibar. I watch as she walks across the room naked. She really is a goddess. Her full hips and round ass make me think of all the wicked things I want to do to her when she gets back over here. She brings a pair of beers and snuggles back into bed beside me. I clink my bottle against hers, and she snorts, taking a long pull of the amber liquid. Not as good as mine, she says.
Definitely not,
I tell her.
Why not sell your beer if your plant deal fell through?
She shakes her head. I'm not going into it with you right now. I'll have my certification and licensure soon enough. Then I'll be back here in the Iron City.
Maybe I'll see you here,
I prod.
I'll be around for a long time if my researchers predicted right, and they always do.
She looks at me sideways. What's your deal, anyway? You're like a bank, basically?
Not quite the same thing.
My mother thinks you shit gold doubloons. The things that fall out of this woman's mouth never fail to surprise me, and I laugh in delight.
I'm glad. Maybe she'll help me convince you to see me again.
And then I wince, noting the change in her demeanor. She stiffens and the light dims in her eyes. I told you this is just sex, she says, swigging the rest of her beer. I can tell the magic is gone. Diana gets out of bed and starts dressing.
Hey,
I say, but I know it's over and she's not climbing back in. I think about my meeting today, and then I realize what's been bugging me since I read Andrea's file on Diana. Everyone in the room today was listed as an author on the research articles about their technology. The whole team was there to meet the investor. Diana's name was all over those research papers with Jay Buford, but her name never came up once in all his time partnering with Wexler Holdings. The mood is already spoiled for tonight, so I might as well press the issue.
Does Jay Buford have anything to do with your meeting today?
I'm not prepared for the fire in her eyes when she whips her head around. What did you just say?
Jay Buford owns the patent for that drug the FDA just approved for epilepsy. You were meeting with the chief of neurology today.
She starts rushing to dress, her hands shaking as she buttons her shirt. I can't believe you, she mutters. What, did you have your spies create a folder about me? You want my vaccination records too?
Diana, wait.
I get out of bed and pull on my boxers, trying to stop her before she starts mashing the elevator buttons.
You can't leave like this, you're upset.
Watch me, she snaps, and dives into the elevator. I stick a leg out to prevent the door closing, but I'm too late, and the door slides closed. I realize I have no way of contacting her here, no way of even making sure she reaches her hotel safely. I pull on my boxers and text Andrea to launch a full exploration of our contract with Jay Buford and his business. Then I sink into the bed and try to figure out how I'm supposed to make headway dating a goddess who... Chapter 15. Diana. Tell me again why we hate him? Indigo walks with me along Oak Creek, her arms pumping as she struggles to keep up with the pace I set. I've been coming out here alone to think ever since I got back from Pittsburgh. I slow down, feeling badly that I'm forcing my newly pregnant friend to overexert herself when she just wants to help. I don't know, because he's been spying on me? Because he finances my lousy ex who stole my fucking research and profited off of it? Because he makes me think and feel things I don't want to think or feel? Indigo bites her lip and squints. Yeah, but Asa didn't know Jay's ideas were stolen. And don't give me this spying on you crap. We all looked up Asa long before you two were knocking boots. That was Abigail, and she looked him up because she wanted to help my brother woo him as an investor. I can't help myself, and I start walking fast again, kicking at rocks and sticks as Indigo puffs along behind me. Speaking of, Indigo jumps over a log and grabs my arm. Hang on, she huffs. We have to stop so I can puke. She turns to the side and vomits neatly into a bush. She takes a swig of water from the bottle I offer her and then wipes her mouth. Anyway, Abigail wanted me to tell you she's inviting Asa to Hunter's welcome back party. I roll my eyes. Of course she's inviting him, just my luck. I kick another rock into the creek. This is why I have rules. I should never have fucked someone my family is doing business with. But he was so good at sex, you said. I sigh. He's really good. The best sex I can remember, I think, but I don't tell this to my friend. Come on. Indigo loops an arm around my shoulders. Buy me some ginger tea at the co-op. I've got some peppermint that might settle your stomach, I tell her, gesturing back toward my shop. Is that one of the safe ones? The midwife gave us a list, and I can't remember past ginger. I shrug. I can check for you later. We walk into the co-op where Mary Pat is holding court at the register. Matthew and Annika look up from their order of sprouted bread, and, seeing me, grin. I roll my eyes. Indigo pulls her travel mug from her bag and orders her tea. I bite my lip, trying to decide if anything looks good. I see a pimpled teenager racing against Ed Hastings for the last jar of my witch hazel astringent, and I make a mental note to steep some more. I wince, remembering how good Asa looked inhaling the scent of the witch hazel that day I was grafting the plants. I try to push back the feelings of nausea that emerge whenever I think about him. I don't know how to try again with someone, don't want to have to guess his intentions only to be wrong about it later. It's easier to just stay away from men romantically. Why can't he just want me for quick sex and move on? You ready? Indigo nudges me and sips from her tea. What? Oh, sorry. I pull out some money and head over to Mary Pat. I'm buying a cup of tea for Mary Sunshine, I tell her. She nods. I hear your brother's coming back soon. That's the word. I say, not feeling very amenable to small-town small talk today. Mary Pat is undeterred. I told Abigail, I bet he pops the question at the welcome home party. She raises her eyebrows, clearly hoping I have inside information on this topic. I don't. That's not really my brother's style, I say, trying to back out of the store. I hear Indigo giggling as she notes my discomfort. He doesn't like big, public stuff like that. Didn't he land a helicopter on the lacrosse field when he tried to apologize to her that one time? Whole town was watching then, as I recall. I had forgotten that my brother did that, pulled out all the stops to make things right with Abigail when he finally realized he was an unreliable, self-centered jerk. I had warned Abigail not to trust him, that he would never change, and the nerdy squirt proved me wrong. This town seems set on making me earn my grouchy opinions today. I shrug at Mary Pat and tell her to keep the change for the legal fund. Mary Pat wants to organize a fund and hire Sarah to repeal the statutes keeping the town dry. Make Oak Creek wet again, reads the sign on the quart jar stuffed with bills. Indigo wants to walk over and say hi to Sarah, and I walk with her since my brother's office is in the same building. I have a meeting with Archer about the permitting fees I'll need if I'm going to be able to keep selling my crops to medical researchers. Abigail is in his office when we arrive, and she rushes over to give me a hug. "I'm just so excited," she says. "Hunter touches down next month, and then he flies back here from Kazakhstan a few days after that." We chat for a bit about his journey home, and she squeezes my arm. "You'll be able to make enough beer for the party?" I nod. I've got 12 cases of Hoppy Hunter IPA aging just for the event, I say. I never really imagined myself making beer for any of my brothers, but then I never thought Hunter would fall in love with someone who fits right into our family. And here we are. I try to catch Archer's eye to make a face, but he's smiling and showing Abigail all the permits he got to close down the streets for the party. We're evidently going to have a shade tent over the amphitheater, and the Oak Creek Steppers are even putting together a special ballet performance. "All the kids are making plant costumes," Abigail says, "and Matthew and Annika's daughter is going to be dressed like a meteor. She told me she's going to jump from the stage and crowd surf." Abigail laughs. "I even got some of Hunter's former students from the college to make some giant hunter heads on sticks for the party." My brother is going to hate all of this, and I think Abigail knows that, which makes me feel better. It'll be a nice spring festival, regardless of my brother. "Hey Arch, you ready to meet?" He nods, and Abigail says, "I'll get out of your hair. Bye!" I shake my head as she bounces out of the office. Archer leans back in his chair and asks, "You want to talk about how you're boning Asa Wexler, or you want to just jump right into finances?" "Fuck you! Give me the numbers!" I cross my arms and lean close as he pulls up a spreadsheet on his monitor. "How did you even find out?" He laughs, pecking around on the keyboard, highlighting things. I groan when he shows me the final total. Are you kidding me? I knew I'd have to scrape together $250,000 for permits and applications to grow medical marijuana. Archer pats my leg. $2 million in capital, sis. That's what you need in order to get approved. This is outrageous. I sunk all the money I had into lab equipment, and even with the payout from Dr. Kelsa's final order, I can barely cover the permit fees. Who the hell has $2 million lying around? He raises his brows at me. I can think of at least one person. Arch, I am not borrowing money from Asa Wexler. Archer just laughs. Oh, he doesn't lend it, sis. He invests it for a share of your future profits. I kick my brother in the shin and storm out of his office as he spits back some comment about deep investment. I go back to my apartment and change my clothes, and take off for a long run. Chapter 16. Asa. "Asa, darling, you never visit anymore." My mother glides past reception on her way into my office. I heard her coming all the way from the elevator. I sigh. "Well, Mom, I've been busy maintaining the family business." She clucks her tongue. "Sour grapes spoil the wine, Asa." She finishes a lap around my office and frowns out the window. I need to know who your date will be for the Purim Gala.
You were serious about me going to that?
Well, of course I was serious. I would never joke about Purim, Asa.
She would probably look shocked if she had any flexibility left in the skin on her face. I find myself wondering what Diana will look like when she's in her 60s. I'm sure she will be more like her mother than mine, owning her gray hair and fine lines with pride. I sigh and pull up my calendar. The gala is next Saturday night, which means I'll be flying back from a West Coast meeting and driving straight to Midtown. Why don't you just tell me who you'd like me to take, Mom?
Darling, you're not getting any younger, you know. My mother pouts. All the other women in the club are arguing over whether they'll be called Bubby or Mimi, and my son can't even get a date for a Purim Gala.
I want to tell her that all the other women from the club can go to hell, but I know that's just me still in a rotten mood from my trip to Pittsburgh. I tune her out as she starts listing off the daughters of socialites we know. I interrupt my mother and tell her again to just pick someone for me. I catch a glimmer of hope in her eye. I should probably tell my mother about Diana. That's something people tell their parents normally, if they're pursuing a woman who scorns them. But Jordana Wexler isn't most parents, and I'll get her out of my office faster if I let her think she's making headway on the grandchildren dream. Funny how my entire life was dedicated toward becoming a business tycoon, and I'm supposed to now magically change gears and land a perfect family as soon as my dad hands over the reins. Well, Mom, I should probably get back to it.
Oh, can't we at least look at some pictures on social media, sweetheart? How can I know it's a match that will stick if you don't actually see her before Purim? No? Oh, all right. Don't be late for Shabbat dinner on Friday. Your uncle brought candles back from Israel.
I text Andrea to cancel my late afternoon meetings on Friday so I can make it in time for early sunset, and then I shout for Andrea to come in. Hey, I say when she pokes her head in my office. I might not be able to ask her for advice about Diana, but I can still push to find out more about Buford. Question for you. Do you know a lot about neurology research funding?
Not particularly, but I did pull up some case studies for another prospect. What's up?
I've just got this nagging itch about our association with Buford. I need to figure out what his deal is. She looks over her shoulder and closes the door, sitting in the chair across from me.
Everything I've got on him is from our hacker friend, so it can't really be used anywhere, you know.
Let me figure out that part, Andrea. I just need to know.
She nods and stands back up. Sending you everything I've got right now, boss.
I spend the rest of the day studying the information Andrea dug up on Jay Buford. He was always someone I didn't think highly of. His proposal only made it to my desk because it was the day I let interns sift through the slush pile. Thinking back on it, I bet the weasel bribed the intern. He came to us insisting he could cure epilepsy with a perfect strain of medical cannabis. Spouted a bunch of tech talk I still don't understand. But now that I look over the notes, this has Diana Crawford's touch all over it. I frown, looking over the personal information from Andrea's hacker. Jay lived with Diana Crawford, didn't just study with her and co-author papers with her. I throw the file across the desk in disgust, realizing that she was romantically involved with that scum, and he evidently duped her out of the profits. No wonder he was willing to sign over 40% of his business. Why in the hell wouldn't Diana sue the dick off of him? I mutter. Ignoring this kind of betrayal is definitely not her style. Not for a woman who brews her own beer and shovels out her elderly neighbors during a flash blizzard. I vow to get someone from Oak Creek to talk to me about what happened when I head to town for Hunter's welcome home party. One of those old biddies will surely get drunk enough to spill the beans if I turn up the charm. Chapter 17. Diana. I've been using my parents' shed to age the beer for Hunter's party. I realize there's no good reason for me not to do it back in my lab. There's nothing I can grow back there legally at the moment. But I started hauling cases of bottles over as I finished brewing, and it seemed better to just keep them all in the cool dark along with Dad's trowels and tomato cages.
I've been making excuses and skipping dinner invites the past few weeks. I figure my mom is probably going bonkers nervous about Hunter anyway, but Dad can always tell when something's bothering me and I'm just not up for one of his pep talks. But I do need to make sure none of the bottles exploded or something. I walk over to their house along the creek, cutting through their back fence and letting myself into the shed to check the bottle caps. I run my fingers absent-mindedly along the bottles, wondering what I'm going to do about work, about my inability to stop thinking about Asa. My dad startles me when he creeps up behind me. "That's a heavy sigh you've got there, daughter." I try to change the subject. Still no word from Fletcher about making it home? Dad slips an arm around my shoulders.
"He's wrapping up filming some documentary in Madagascar, I think. But Hunter said he understands."
Huh. I hope, weakly, that my noncommittal grunt sounds like the conclusion to our conversation, but Dad nudges me with a squeeze.
"Heard you've been meeting with Archer in a professional capacity."
He's not supposed to be sharing details about that.
"Come on and sit with me, Diana."
Dad walks out to the bench beneath the dogwood tree that's just starting to bloom. The forsythia are speckled with yellow, too.
"The yard will be a rainbow by the time Hunter rolls in,"
he says, smiling. He pats my leg.
"You used to come to me for advice when things went wrong."
That was years ago, before the weight of shame settled so permanently on my shoulders for trusting the wrong man, for so utterly misinterpreting my relationship until my live-in boyfriend managed to slowly siphon away all my research while playing me like a violin. My parents never approved of Jay. I saw them greet him during visits with pinched-lipped smiles. How do I start explaining to them that they were right, that I messed up so badly I threatened my livelihood, that I fell for some guy pretending I was beautiful, that him telling me that made me open up my heart, my legs, and my laptop password? Dad sits patiently, waiting for me to say something, and I can tell we aren't going anywhere until I give him at least a kernel of information. I consider his situation. He gave up his career to support my mom and hers. Once Hunter was born, he never worked again, not even when the four of us were grown and independent. "I just don't get how you let yourself depend on Ma so fully," I spit out. He seems perplexed and nods slowly, thinking.
"Tell me more about that,"
he says finally. "Oh my God, you and Ma and your psychology degrees, tell me more," I mock. But again, he stares. "You'd be totally fucked if she left you," I say. "How can you put yourself in that position?" He raises an eyebrow and squeezes my leg.
"I wonder why you're not asking your mother the same thing. How many times does she come home and ask me where she'd be without me?"
He looks over my shoulder at Oak Creek, bubbling past behind the property line.
"We made this life together, Diana. You see me as fully dependent on her, but I see us as interdependent. And I know we aren't just talking about finances here, even though I know you're struggling with those right now."
Slowly, painstakingly, he rehashes to me his process with my mother, deciding once Hunter was born that one of them would need to be available to meet the needs of the mysterious baby who refused to adapt to the schedule of two rising academic stars. Ma was appointed president of the college by the time I came around, and Dad founded the Saplings Cooperative Playgroup. I know all that, Dad. I stare out at the water.
"Well, it seems like you're thinking about how you fit into our story, Diana. And you know you are going to make your own mold, set your own parameters when the time comes. But you're right about one thing," he says, even though you didn't say it out loud. It's written plain on your face. "It's a big risk to trust someone the way Rose and I had to trust each other."
Well, I stutter, how did you know she was worthy of your trust? He smiles and tucks a lock of hair behind my ear.
"She brought me a pineapple,"
he says. When I make a face, he explains how they'd had a long talk about the food choices in the dining commons on campus while they were in graduate school at Penn.
Neither of them had had anything fresh with vitamin C for weeks, when Rose had visited the market in town to buy a ripe pineapple. "She told me she didn't want me to get scurvy," he says, laughing. He shrugs. "That's when I knew she was it for me." I try to remember whether Jay had ever bought me anything to demonstrate he really knew me, and I come up short. When I got to Princeton, I was the rough, nerdy scientist who'd grown up with 3 brothers and attended school where her mother was president. I didn't make friends easily, and my classmates all thought I was a know-it-all. I see now that Jay knew I knew it all, and decided he'd find a way to profit from it. What made me trust him to begin with? "I'm such an idiot," I mumble. Dad sighs and looks up to the sky. "Your brother is up there right now," he says. "I'm going up to your mother's office to check in and make sure he lands safely." He pats my leg and walks off toward the woman he trusted with his financial well-being, his emotional comfort, his whole private self. How could I grow up with them as a model of companionship and trust and manage to choose so poorly? I don't let myself think about the one plant in my shop that someone gifted me. A tiny seedling I never asked for, but one that has grown to flavor the drinks I'll enjoy for months, maybe years if I treat it well. I feel my tummy tighten at the thought of being known like that, of being seen by someone again. There's too much power in that, too much risk. I remind myself what I decided when I returned to Oak Creek after my disgraceful departure from Princeton. I'm better off alone. Chapter 18. Asa. Andy Morley emails to ask if he can meet me at the train station in Oak Creek rather than on campus. I arranged to come to town early to catch up on Morley's project before Hunter Crawford's welcome back party. I also decided I was never going to have a chance at wooing Diana if I was staying with her family, so I had Andrea do the legwork to buy me a house on Main Street. I barely looked over the emails she sent about furnishing it. She's done this before in other areas I visit frequently for Wexler Holdings. I opted to take the train rather than charter a flight because I enjoyed it so much the last time. The whole damn town of Oak Creek is walkable. I feel practically rustic waving at Morley as the train slows at the platform. I am pleasantly surprised by my enjoyment of the ordinary experiences I find here. Turns out socialite life on the Upper East Side means foregoing the simple pleasures of meeting a friendly colleague at the train station. "Asa, good to see you," he says, pumping my hand. "Can I get you a coffee or something? I just need to check in on a project and we can be off." I shrug and follow him into the Insomnia Bakery. A young couple argues behind the counter as they set out a tray of fragrant pastries. I inhale and lean in, listening to them go back and forth about which of them was up more frequently with their twins the night before. Morley coughs and says, "Stu, Jess, I'd like you to meet Asa. He's in town for—" "Ooh, we know all about you," the woman says, bringing one hand to her heart and smoothing her braids with the other. "Diana still giving you the cold shoulder?" This takes me by surprise, and my eyes go wide. So she's been talking about me. Morley coughs again and asks for 2 coffees to go. Caffeine in hand, we step back outside as the couple starts to fight about their toddlers again. "Sorry about that, mate." He pauses outside the houseplant haven, and I feel my breath catch. Diana is in there. "I'm testing out some new sensors with Diana, some of the tech that you've been funding. That's the stop I need to make before we head back and go over some numbers." I nod as he opens the door, my heart racing at the thought of seeing her again. I'm hit by the heavenly smell of all her herbs in the sunshine, and I can see she's got rows of houseplant patients perking up from their owner's neglect. Morley leans on the counter, and then I hear her voice coming from the back. "It'll be okay, Abigail. Yes, I know, babe. I'm getting a shovel too. I know. You didn't do anything wrong, I promise. I'll be there soon." and then Diana bursts from the back room wielding a machete. Morley and I leap backwards. "Christ!" he yells. "What the bloody hell are you on about?" "Oh," she says, noticing us. "I'm sorry, Andrew. I need to postpone our appointment. I have to go euthanize Abigail's chicken." "Come again?" Morley looks equally as shocked as I feel, but my senses are piqued at the sight of her. I have no idea what it means that she's going to kill a chicken, but I'm not about to miss it. Diana rummages around in the box of tools under the counter I've been revisiting in my fantasies. She extrudes a shovel from beneath and stands, eyes flashing as she pulls a fleece on over her flannel and jeans. "I have to go. I'll be back in 20 minutes if you want to wait." Morley and I look at each other. "I need to see this," I tell him, intrigued. Diana takes off and we follow, Morley puffing and muttering to himself about the crazy Crawfords he's tangled up with. "What happened to Abigail's chicken?" I ask, lengthening my stride to keep pace with Diana. She props the shovel up over one shoulder and fists the machete handle in her right hand. "Sounds like a raccoon got in the coop last night," she says. "That happens with Dad's birds sometimes. It's really pretty awful. The poor girls are such heavy sleepers. They don't usually know what's coming." Her voice drifts off and she looks me over. "You're going to get blood on your fancy pants," she says. I shrug. We arrive at Abigail and Hunter's house, and Diana heads right toward the gate to the backyard. I reach for the latch for her and open the gate, ushering Morley and Diana ahead of me. Abigail is pacing the yard, tears running down her face. "Oh God, Diana, I came out to get the eggs and I saw it and then I heard her." Diana drops the shovel and pats Abigail on the back. "Let me end her suffering. This will be okay," she says, and strides toward the coop. She reaches inside the hutch and pulls out a struggling bird. I look away as she picks the bird up by the feet and draws the knife back. I hear Abigail wail, and so I walk toward her. She grabs for my hand and squeezes, and then Diana comes and wraps her arm around her friend. Morley stands by with his jaw hanging open as Diana soothes Abigail. "You did the right thing, calling me," she tells her friend. "Hunter is going to be so sad," Abigail cries. I shift my weight around and, noting the shovel, decide to make myself useful. I glance around the yard and decide to start digging by one of the flowering trees along the back fence. The ground is hard. The warm days of spring haven't yet settled on Oak Creek, and there hasn't been enough rain to make mud. I dig for a bit until I see a shadow cross the shallow hole. "You didn't have to help with that," Diana says, standing with one hand on her hip and a paper bag in the other. "It seemed like the right thing to do," I tell her, wiping a wrist across my brow. I worked up a sweat in the few minutes it took to get Abigail calmed down and inside with Morley, who's helping her steep a pot of tea. "You didn't have to help with that," I counter, gesturing at the dead bird. Diana scoffs. "Abigail is family, basically. Of course I helped." I lean on the shovel and scoop out another mound of heavy earth. "Seems more like a job for your dad, though, right?" "Why? Because he has a dick?" "That's not what I meant." Diana plunks the chicken into the hole and grabs the shovel from me. "She called me because I take care of shit," she says, blowing a lock of hair out of her mouth as she fills in the hole. Diana pats the ground with the back of the shovel and stretches, then glares at me. "Diana," I say, offering her my handkerchief, "I didn't mean to insult you. I didn't give Morley permission to bring you to see the censors," she says and bites her lip. "You want me to sign an NDA?" "Maybe. Probably." She raps on the back door and waves at Morley. When he opens the door, Diana shouts to Abigail, "Hey, I have to handle this meeting. I'll stop by after work, okay? I'll take you out." Abigail nods, her eyes watery. Diana sighs. "Why don't you go watch some Gilmore Girls? It'll help, right?" Once Diana gets Abigail situated on the couch, the three of us head back toward the houseplant haven. Morley falls into step with her, and Diana punches him in the shoulder. You can't just bring people to see my work, she says. Oi! He shouts and rubs his arm. It's not like I brought a pack of first-year students. You know Wexler's funding the whole bloody project. She blows out a deep breath and squints at me. We need to stop and have Sarah draw up one of those contracts you mentioned. The NDA? Sure, let's do it. I can't help but grin, and not only because she thinks I'd understand her ideas enough to try to steal them. I'm about to lay eyes on Diana Crawford in her element. Diana's lab is everything I imagined it would be. Her back room can't be more than a few 100 square feet, but she's got floor-to-ceiling shelves bursting with cannabis. I had a suspicion she was growing medical marijuana, but I had no idea she was using complex robotics and data analysis to optimize her products. I stand mesmerized as she shows Morley around, explaining how his sensors contribute to the schedule of the mist blowers and LED bulbs. The blue and red LEDs combine for just the right color of light, she says, fingering a leaf as we wander the aisles. The water is fortified with nutrients. The plants no longer need soil. The dangling, ghostly roots get a puff of water as we pass, and the control panel on Diana's tablet lights up. I can monitor everything remotely, she says, but I'm in here almost all the time checking on them anyway. I have never been so floored by a presentation before, and Diana isn't even pitching for investment funding. This climate-controlled space is a mecca for her plants. I listened to her talk about developing the perfect nutrient blend for her irrigation, the work she's done to not only cultivate this strain, but reproduce it so each plant is genetically identical. Her face is transformed as she explains all of this. There's a lightness to her features, a literal glow in the purple light of the room as she speaks confidently. Morley practically vibrates with excitement looking at the application of his technology. He keeps rocking from his toes to his heels, leaning in to squint at machinery before he gets puffed in the face with fertilized mist. I only vaguely notice him, though. I only have eyes for this brilliant woman and her amazing work. I want to invest, I blurt, placing a hand on Diana's arm. She stiffens immediately. I'm not your target market. What do you mean? There's no way in hell I'm signing over a single share of ownership. I paid outright for the tech from Morley. This is all mine. Her eyes flash and she clenches her jaw. I scratch my chin. Fair enough, but why not apply for a loan? She rolls her eyes at me. You know marijuana is still illegal on a federal level, right? I can't even get insurance on this place, let alone a bank loan. You don't have insurance? Diana, that's not good. She shakes her head and stomps out of the room, shouting over her shoulder. I don't need your business advice and I don't need your money, Wexler. Morley scoots out of the back room, blinking in the bright light of the front of her shop. I close the door behind me, reveling in the pressure as it seals, fully concealing the botanical wonderland back there. I didn't mean to insult you, Diana. I didn't mean to imply that you need advice. I'm just so impressed by what you've been able to achieve here. She bites her lip, seemingly unsure what to say next. I'd love to hear more about your business sometime, and I promise I won't offer advice. How do I tell her that I just want to watch her mouth move, the smile in her eyes while she discusses her research and the remarkable results? Look, she says, I've got a lot going on right now. Morley, did you get what you need? You have online access to the data dump. He shakes his head. More than, Diana. This is just so extra. Is that what the undergrads are saying? She rolls her eyes. Okay, well, I'll see you at Hunter's Thing this weekend. She disappears back into her lair, leaving us blinking away the mist that seeps out when she opens her door. Chapter 19. Diana. Sarah insists on joining Abigail and me at the Nobler experiment after work. She doesn't even know about the whole chicken incident, but grills me about the paperwork I had her draw up so Asa Wexler can't run his fat mouth about my intellectual property. Do you realize that not all men are criminal scud buckets who are misleading you in a theft attempt? Sarah squints into her pint glass, studying. This is me, your lesbian friend, telling you this. Abigail is an eternal lightweight, tipsy and emotional after 2 pints. She gestures widely and says, I want to hear more about the scud bucket. Inigo always made me tell everything when I was getting with Hunter. Yeah, I tell her, I know. I was there and it was my brother and it's gross. Sarah scowls at me. I quickly add, but of course I'm glad you're getting your engine revved. Every woman deserves that. Sarah nods approvingly, but turns the conversation back to me. Tell me again why we hate Asa Wexler. I seem to recall a story about an engine revving that was unparalleled. How many orgasms did you say it was? She's at 7. Abigail hiccups. God, I miss Hunter. We came here tonight to support Abigail, I say, trying to reroute the conversation. I flag down Tessie and order a bucket of fries to mop up the alcohol inside my brother's girlfriend. Di was amazing, Sarah, Abigail gushes. She starts to cry again, relaying the story of her ill-fated chicken. Can you believe Asa said Abigail should have called my dad? That's some kind of sexist bullshit, like I'm incapable of slaughtering a chicken. I snatch the bucket from Tessie and shove a scalding hot fry in my mouth. She scowls at me. Sorry, Tess, it's been a day. As she walks off, Sarah crosses her arms and looks at me. Unlike you, your father currently owns and cares for chickens. Why are you so eager to defend him? He drives me crazy. Abigail reaches across the table and taps Sarah's arm. Asa dug the hole for the chicken, she says. You should see him look at Diana, like the moon glows off her face. Oh, I've seen it, Sarah says, and I think Diana's seen it too, and it scares the shit out of her. She flags down Tessie again and orders another pitcher of beer. A few hours later, I've forgotten just why I felt so irritated today. I've also forgotten how to find my way to the bathroom of the nobler experiment, so I stop at the bar to ask Tessie for directions. I see her staring at me, and she looks over my shoulder, where Sarah and Abigail are throwing fries in each other's mouths across the table. I'm calling you a ride, Tessie says. Psh, it's a half-mile walk. Tessie raises a brow. Show me how you walk to the bathroom, then. She points at the back wall. There it is. See, I found it. By the time I stagger back out from the bathroom, Indigo has arrived to collect us. Her dark curls bounce as she struts over to collect her wife and Abigail. Come on, girls, Indigo says. Your electric chariot awaits. Ooh, babe, did you charge the Leaf? Sarah claps her hands. We almost never get to drive anywhere, you know? I know. She and Sarah link arms and begin walking to the parking lot. Abigail follows, and I fumble in my vest pocket for some bills to leave for Tessie. I approach the car parked outside, and I see all my friends waving their arms inside the car. What? I start walking toward the rear passenger door. When I pull it open, Abigail's hair blows out in the breeze and gets caught in my mouth. Other side, girl, other side, we've been yelling. Oh, okay, I say, slamming the door shut. Abigail screams, and I see that I've closed her dark tresses into the door. It seems to take forever to get it back open and tuck her hair inside so I can close the door. I walk around to the driver's side and slither into the back seat, pulling the door closed. Fuck! I screech. Now it closed my hair in the damn door! The girls all howl with laughter, which only intensifies when we realize the doors are child-locked and I can't even open it from the inside to free my hair. Indigo is practically crying with laughter as she climbs out to free my long hair. I'm shaving my damn head, I say. Drop me at Ronaldo's for a buzz cut. Nobody's shaving any heads, Indigo says, finally catching her breath. As Indigo pulls out of the lot, Sarah leans her head back on the seat and says, Want to hear about a mysterious real estate deal? Always? Indigo comes to a complete stop at the intersection as if there would ever be another car coming in this town. I roll my eyes as she looks both ways. Sarah starts chatting about a closing in the realtor's office in her building, and I tune her out until she says Wexler Holdings. Wait, what? Looks like he's buying up the neighborhood, Indigo interjects. I did see a bunch of movers loading stuff into the old Espenshade house. Asa bought a house here? Sarah turns around in her seat and leans on the console. Something about wanting to keep a close eye on his investments without inconveniencing the college president. And you're just telling me this now? The Espenshade house is on the same block as Abigail and Hunter, and Indigo screeches to a halt by the curb out front. We all stare at the house, looking at the blue glow of a television shining through the thin curtains over the front window. I'm gonna beep, Indigo says. Yes! Abigail starts clapping her hands. Maybe he can let me in to pee. No, absolutely not! Jesus Christ, Indigo, no! Abigail, we're like a block away from your house. But my protests are in vain, because Sarah leans over and presses on the horn. The tiny little electric car has a tiny little horn, but in this quiet town, late at night, it might as well have been a bomb detonating. I try to open the door and escape, but too late I remember that the doors are kitty-locked. Sarah starts honking out a shave and a haircut rhythm, and I groan when I see the front door open and Asa Wexler poke out his dark, beautiful head. Chapter 20. Asa. I spend my afternoon in meetings with Rose Mitchell at Oak Creek College. The faculty I've sponsored are doing some pretty amazing shit. But what really surprises me are the ideas I hear around town. I feel like a local walking back toward my house. I drop in at the little market on Main Street to grab some food, and the woman at the counter ushers me around the store until I have 3 reusable bags full of snacks I've never heard of, and tiny packaged meals that seem mostly to be made from kale. Along the way, Mary Pat talks about her social media ideas and promotions at the co-op. The town people are cooperative owners who volunteer there periodically. She also sells products on consignment to support local small businesses, like the witch hazel astringent Diana makes. I get lost in her passion for the business and don't even realize when she walks me outside. The whole town feels charming and homey. Even though I've lived in the same part of New York City my entire life, the storefronts keep changing. The flood of people makes it impossible to stop and say hello, even if I do see someone I recognize. Here, I get a hearty handshake from Matthew, the solar engineer, and he helps me carry my stuff while he asks if I've got solar panels installed on the house he somehow knew I just bought. By the time I get home, it actually feels like that. Home. Once I catch up on email and finish with paperwork, I look around my new digs. I've bought a few of these crash pads. I've got a place in San Francisco, a penthouse in Chicago, and a brownstone in Boston. I can't even remember the addresses on most of them, let alone piece together positive memories there. Here, with the window cracked open, I can hear the bubbling water of Oak Creek flow past my backyard. I can see a neglected rose garden from the previous owner that will, no doubt, bloom fantastically in a few months. And I feel surprised by the urge to be here and see it. This house, this town, and these people feel like home to me in a way I've never experienced. They're interested in talking to me, not finding out who my father golfs with or which club my mother joins. I pop my organic, grass-fed freezer meal in the microwave and change into sweats, stripping out of my button-down. The new couch still has the plastic on from delivery, and I rip that off before sinking down into it. The absolute decadence of watching reality TV in leisure clothes is so addictive. It's dark outside before a sound jolts me back to reality. I hear a horn honking outside persistently. The singularity of it delights me at first. A single horn. At home, the cacophony of honks persists around the clock in all corners of Manhattan, and I would never notice an individual car horn. Here, it is clearly an anomaly, and I wonder which of my neighbors is failing to come outside and acknowledge their ride. It beeps for several minutes before I finally stick my head outside to see what all the ruckus is about. An electric car is parked at the curb, and I can hear a rash of giggles from inside the vehicle. There seems to be a commotion inside, and I approach the driver's side, curious. Squinting in the streetlight, I see the car is filled with women, and I see Abigail Baker in the back, alongside Diana. The driver slides her window down and leans out of the car. "Hi there," she says cheerfully. "I'm Indigo from the inn. We haven't met yet, but I know you have a magic tongue." "Jesus fucking Christ, Indigo, I hate you!" Diana screeches from the back seat as my chest swells with pride. She definitely talked about me to her friends. I notice Diana struggling with the door, and I reach for the handle to help her. I give it a tug, and she tumbles out into my arms, a mess of hair and beer breath and soft, worn denim. I'm in no hurry to set her upright on the sidewalk, keeping my arms around her waist as she finds her feet. Indigo leans out of the car again. "Diana here needs a hand getting home. Would you be a dear and help her? By the time I drive Abigail up the street, it'll be way past my pregnant bedtime." She flutters her eyelids at me as Sarah shakes with laughter in the passenger seat. Diana growls and tries to stomp down the sidewalk, but I reach for her arm as she trips on the uneven pavement. "I would be happy to see her home safely," I say, grinning. "Thanks, use a condom." Indigo cackles and peels out, driving up a block before screeching to a halt in front of Hunter and Abigail's house. I can hear all of them laughing as they help Abigail inside, but Diana is struggling in my arms and I need to focus. "Look, just let me grab some shoes and I'll walk you home," I say. "You're not coming to my house," she mutters. She tries to blow her hair out of her eyes and mouth, but it seems sticky and tangled, and she just keeps puffing at it uselessly. "Want to come in for a glass of water, then? I think I have glasses." "Ha!" She starts up the walk toward the front door. "Of course you wouldn't even know if you have glasses." She strides right inside and huffs, looking around. She stumbles into the kitchen and puts her mouth under the faucet for a good long while. She stands and wipes her mouth with her wrist as I stare at her. "Do you know how long I've wanted the Espenshade house for myself?" "I take it this is the Espenshade house?" She scoffs. "I didn't even realize Mr. Espenshade was looking to sell. He must have snuck off to Arizona to live with his grandkids in the dead of night." She runs her hand along the counter. "How did you slither in and buy this place so fast?" I shrug. "I pay cash." She doesn't say anything, and I walk around beside her to grab a glass from the cupboard. I fill it with cold water from the fridge door and hand the glass to Diana. "Thank you," she says, her voice softer. She drinks for a while, and we make eye contact. The hair on my arms rises, and I can feel the electricity between us. I have no idea why she's so fired up, but I love this about her. I love almost everything about her. "I keep trying to hate you," she says, leaning back against the counter, plunking the empty glass in the sink. "How's that working out for you?" She shrugs. "Did you ever plant the hops?" Her eyes brighten at that. "I did," she says, "and they're fabulous. Didn't I show you today? They're in my grow room. I've got something special aging from them right now, actually. It'll be ready in May. I guess I should send you a bottle." "Seems fair," I say, risking the chance to reach out and tuck her hair back behind her ear, smoothing it back behind her shoulder. "Or I could come back and drink it with you here." Diana is quiet for a minute. I enjoy the chance to just stand with her, peacefully. I can feel a charge between us, pulsing, but she seems so hesitant behind her glassy eyes. "Never thought you'd help dig a chicken grave," she says, letting me play with her hair, her breath quivering a bit as I keep running my fingers through her wavy locks. "I never thought I'd get so turned on watching a woman slaughter a bird," I tell her. This time, I let my hand rest on her shoulder, moving my body closer to hers. I let the heat build between us until I see her shiver. But I know she's drunk, and I can't do anything more than I am right now. "Will you let me walk you home? I want to make sure you get back safely." She shrugs. I look around for a pair of shoes and realize I have nothing more casual than a pair of loafers. We both laugh as I slide into them with my sweats and undershirt. I reach for her hand and we walk out the front door. She fingers the hedge that stops by my sidewalk. Who should I hire to take care of it for me when I'm not here? I ask her, wanting this to be an okay question, wanting her to see that I want to take care of this house here as best as I know how, which is to pay the correct person for the job. She seems to think about this for a long time, and then she pats my arm. You should ask my dad, actually. He's amazing with roses. I'll do that. Maybe after the party I'll say something to him. We walk quietly for a bit, back toward Main Street and the square of storefronts surrounding the library. The amphitheater outside is decorated for Hunter's party, with banners and twinkle lights. Rented tables and chairs line all the public spaces, ready to serve up heaps of food and welcome home this town's latest hero. Diana lets me hold her hand until we get to her shop. Then she stiffens and starts reaching for her keys. Well, this is me. I know that, Diana. I help her line the key up with the lock, and she stares daggers at me until I turn my head away while she enters her security code. You've got a pretty sweet security system for a girl who thinks this town is so safe, I comment. Her eyes meet mine, and even in the dark, I can see a flash of hurt there. Hey, I say, come on. Let me walk you up the stairs to your apartment. She hesitates, but I persist. I won't come inside, but I just want to make sure you get up the stairs. You're a little unsteady on your feet. Diana sighs deeply and then shrugs. I follow her up the back stairway, and we pause on a cheery landing outside her second-floor apartment. Moonlight floods in through the window, and she fishes out her keys again. They seem perpetually lost in the cavernous pockets of her vest. I love that she doesn't carry a tiny little handbag. I swallow, waiting for her to send me away, wondering how I'll walk away from her. She doesn't say anything or move to unlock the door. I lean in slowly, placing a hand on her cheek. Softly, gently, I caress her jawline with my thumb. I can see her pulse tick in her throat, practically hear her blood sing, and I lean in to press a soft kiss against her lips. Her skin is cold from walking outside in the crisp air, but her lips soon warm and move against mine. I break the kiss and she moans softly, her eyes wide and her body leaning closer to mine. Good night, Dr. Crawford, I whisper. I lift her hand and kiss her knuckles, taking the key from her slack fingers and opening her door for her. She steps inside and looks over her shoulder at me. Lord, if she weren't drunk right now, I'd tackle her to the hardwood floor. Good night, Asa, she says, and I laugh when she kicks the door shut in my face. Chapter 21. Diana. I wake up to a flood of text messages shaking my phone until it falls off the nightstand. I groan as I roll over to retrieve it from the floor. Indigo and Sarah, then Abigail, then Enid and Annika, whose husband evidently hung out with Asa yesterday and did a hard sell on some solar panels for the Espenshade house. I wonder briefly how long it will take for people to call it the Wexler house now that he owns it. Then I set about texting my friends a selfie of myself giving them all the finger. I refused to respond to any of their questions about whether I slept in my bed or his. Did they really expect me to tango with that man after several pitchers of Tessie's strongest suds? I slam the button on the coffee pot and quickly get dressed. I promised my family I'd help them get everything set up for Hunter's party. My mom isn't used to Hunter having a partner who actually cares about him returning. She was always the one to go and fetch him from his missions, so Ma is getting out her anxious energy through twinkle lights and celestial decorations. Of course, my dork brother is coming back from space the day of the spring equinox, and the whole town has revived their forgotten equinox traditions. The ladies from the crystal shop are organizing an egg hunt, and all the eggs have glow-in-the-dark stars inside that the kids are supposed to stick to the walls in their bedrooms. The yoga ladies are planning hundreds of sun salutations outside. I lift the corner of the curtain to confirm that yes, they are out there already with yoga mats in the middle of Main Street. Half of them are barefoot. I shiver, wondering how cold the pavement feels at this hour, but they seem sort of zen as they bend and flow. I chug down my coffee and walk over to meet my parents, who are tacking up welcome home banners in the giant refreshment tent, where a bunch of sapling kids are lining up my special beer in galvanized tubs full of ice. "Hey, Pumpkin," my dad says, planting a kiss on the top of my head. "Do me a favor and help boss around the sound guys. They're setting up the stage for the band." The more I walk around, the more I realize everyone has everything under control. The town has been transformed in just a few hours. Garlands and paper decorations hug the utility poles. Matthew and Annika are setting up the giant lift from the solar shop, and instead of hoisting new solar panels, they're dangling a giant sequined sun and moon. I sigh and sneak back into my shop to check on all my plants. I feel restless, not because I'm worried about my brother, but because of Asa. That man has me all turned around. My heart almost stopped when he offered to invest in my business. I should probably have talked to Archer and Sarah about options, but of course my snap reaction is to yell at him. I can't even fantasize about what it would look like to suddenly have the capital I need for my certification. What would the strings be if I took Asa's money? What would that mean for our... Do we have a relationship? We have hot sex, and I can't even manage to lie to myself about wanting more of that. My God, that man can kiss. It's better to distract myself with my work. I promised I'd sort out the future after Hunter's party, when I can sit with Archer and figure out how far I am from bankruptcy. I give the medicinal plants a thorough going over, and then decide to set some witch hazel to steep. Each time I finish another task, I remember something else I wanted to try with my hops, and I lose track of the time until I hear the bell jingle above the front door. I pop my head up and see Asa Wexler looking fine in designer jeans and an untucked button-down. I remember how much finer he looked last night in his gray sweats, and I flush just as he says my name. "Thought maybe you'd be holed up in here," he says. "Don't you want to enjoy the party?" I lost track of time, I say, trying to smooth out my shirt, sighing as I notice streaks of dirt on my jeans. "Is Hunter back yet?" He shakes his head. "Judging by the countdown clock on the library, we've got about a half hour till he and Abigail roll up. I think Morley has a GPS tracker on her car." He drifts off and reaches out to gently rub a thumb across my face. I inhale sharply and lift my hand to my cheek. It feels like his touch has seared my flesh. He makes me actually want to swoon, and it feels like I've got birds flying inside my stomach when he smiles at me. "You had some dirt just there," he says, smiling, "but I like it." And when he leans in for a kiss, I'm not sure why I let him. Like it's so natural for him to peck me lightly on the mouth. And it does feel natural, like I could get used to this. I realize if I'm not careful, I will get used to it. And I sure as hell don't want to give Asa Wexler the kind of power to yank away something meaningful to me. This is why I need to push him away. Still, when he tugs on my hand and nods his head toward the party, I follow along with him. "Just let me lock up," I tell him. He nods and gives me space, looks out the front window while I set the alarms. I like watching him sniffing things. "Hurry up," he says. "We already missed the egg hunt." Smiling, we walk outside as kids stuff their pockets with stars and line up for lemonade. Asa leads me to a bench near the stage, and we sit for a while, listening to the bluegrass band. Enid, in uniform, wanders over and sits next to me. "Is it too early for beer?" she asks. "Are you allowed while you're on duty?" She shrugs. "I'm only on duty because Ed Hastings is upset that there is beer." Asa, intrigued, leans forward. What's with this town and the alcohol laws? Can it really be true that Oak Creek is dry?
Enid laughs. I know you're from New York where they sell beer at the grocery store, but this is Pennsylvania. The whole state has inane laws about booze and brothels. Ed is finicky, and makes sure the letter of every law is followed. I lean back as Enid and Asa swap tales about how many college students can live in an apartment building before it's considered a bordello, and why we're allowed to give away my homebrew at Hunter's party as long as no money changes hands. Asa seems so at ease here, and I can tell he's truly paying attention as Enid talks. I start to realize I have potentially misjudged him, always assuming he must be a ruthless shark to have accumulated so much wealth, to have convinced so many businesses to sign over ownership in exchange for his seed money. But really, nothing I've seen him do or say fits that profile. Maybe, I decide, Asa isn't just trying to get into my pants. Maybe the bastard actually is a nice guy. Chapter 22. Asa. This equinox festival turns out to be delightful. It reminds me of a Purim festival my nanny took me to when I was a kid. Everyone in costumes, running around with cotton candy and cookies. I can tell half the town is staring as I situate myself protectively close to Diana Crawford, which means I'm succeeding in signaling that I'm laying claim to her. I saw hints and glimpses of her breaking down her defenses last night, and I'm more determined than ever to convince her to give me a proper chance. If she's got trust issues, well then, I'm going to prove my trustworthiness 1 inch at a time until she at least gives me her phone number. Then maybe we can progress to spending the night together. The entire night next time. The countdown clock on the library starts beeping, and everyone swarms to the amphitheater. Rose Mitchell grabs the microphone and starts shouting excitedly, "Okay, everyone, they're a block away. I told Abigail to just drive right up here to the barricade, and they can just leap out of— Oh my God, they're here!" A roar goes up as Abigail's little car comes to a stop at the sawhorses blocking off the town center. Rose drops the microphone on the ground and races across the street as townspeople jump and clap. Even Daniel Crawford picks up the pace as he approaches the car, where Rose is extracting her adult son from the passenger seat. Hunter seems uncharacteristically joyful, lifting up his mother and spinning her around. I squeeze Diana's knee. She seems in no hurry to rush over to her brother, so I'm in no hurry to leave her side. What's Abigail doing now? Diana squints over to the circle of hugging Crawfords, whose dark heads all blend together in a giant circle as the townspeople start to swarm. I see Abigail jump up and down and lift her left hand. A glint from a gemstone catches my eye. I say. Looks like she picked up some frosting along with Hunter at the airport. Hunter proposed? Get out! She stands from her seat. Thinking she will head over to her family, I'm surprised when she veers right and cracks open a beer from in the food tent. Aren't you going to go say hello? Shh, I'll give him a hug a while after everyone else is done checking him for alien probes. I lean past her and grab a beer and a necklace of circular pretzels from a wooden rack on the table. What's the deal with the pretzel jewelry? So you don't get too wasted too quickly, she says, plucking a snack from my neck. I love the familiarity of the gesture and smile when she reaches across my chest for another pretzel. I just can't believe Hunter's going to marry Abigail. Don't you like her? What? No, I mean, yes, I love her, but Hunter is, or he's always just been such a douche. I look across the crowd to where Hunter is reluctantly accepting hugs from people and stiffly receiving cheek kisses. Diana's not entirely wrong. Her brother is sort of a cyborg unless he's talking about cell behaviors, but his arm around Abigail's shoulder is relaxed, and his body seems to shimmer whenever he looks her way. They seem good for each other, I tell her. Diana's response is lost to feedback from the microphone as the band starts back up again.
I hear the slow, bluesy refrain of Fly Me to the Moon. I finish my beer and chuck it in the nearby recycling bin and extend my hand toward Diana. Dance with me, I tell her. For some reason, she agrees, and I lead her closer to the stage. Not many people are dancing. Most are still ogling Abigail's ring or helping themselves to plates of potato salad. But it doesn't matter. Nobody else exists for me when Diana's around anyway. I tug her close against me, inhaling the scent of witch hazel and other herbs in her hair. She smells like her passion, like her magnificent ability to coax life from tiny seeds. I can smell the faint remnants of the soil she was working with, and I let her scent settle into my shirt. We spin slowly around in a circle, my hand rubbing her lower back slowly and her fingers lightly toying with the seam of my shirt and my shoulders. I love the firm feel of her pressed against me, and I can almost feel our hearts synchronized to the strong pulse of the music. Let me invest in your business, I tell her, or just let me lend you the money you need. She doesn't look up, but presses her cheek against my shirt. Why would I do that? Because the world needs to see what you're doing, Diana, and because I want your face to always look as happy as it does when you talk about your research. We spin in silence a bit more. She doesn't answer me. I can't be beholden to you, Asa. I've been certain before, sure that I was making the right choices, and I lost everything. Diana. I stop, putting my hands on her shoulders so I can look her in the eye. You have not lost anything, not anything that matters. Do you even know how amazing you are? Do you know how fucking amazing I was? You know nothing, Wexler. Well, why don't you tell me then, Dr. Crawford? Because I definitely do know business, and you're sitting on a gold mine over there. You and Morley could be solving world hunger with that setup. Surely you know that. She sinks into a hay bale as the band stops and a group of girls in ballet tights prances out into the street. As Annika drags Hunter to the seat of honor in the center, the little girls begin to act out the Big Bang, with red and orange streamers and buckets of water they seem to be throwing at Hunter, who laughs. Somewhere between a kid dressed like an amoeba and a kid dressed like a dinosaur, Diana wanders away. I only realize this when her brother Archer plunks down next to me on the hay bale. Wexler, he says, tilting his beer bottle in my direction. We watch the dancers in silence for a bit until he says, You know you get under my sister's skin, right? I've noticed, yes. You should know that everyone's rooting for you, man. I turn to look at him, and he's staring at me, hopefully. She's been holed up in her plant store pretending to be busy for years, he continues. I don't know what the hell some guy did to her in grad school, but she hasn't been properly grouchy since, and she's been mean as a snake since the blizzard. Diana grouchy is a good thing? In my family, visible irritation is acceptable only when reservations have been canceled. I have a lot to learn about Crawford family interpersonal dynamics. Diana grouchy is a very good thing, he says, slapping me on the back. It means her wheels are churning. And I know you're trying to help her make sound business choices. Financial stability will really piss her off, which means she'll channel that anger into brewing beer for me, and possibly clean my house. So you let me know how I can help. I'll do that, Archer. He tosses his empty bottle into the recycling. Hook shot, he yells. I'm off. Do not tell her we talked. With a salute, he crosses the room to harass a group of young women trying to balance eggs on their tip. I sit for a bit, warmed by the idea that Diana's family has noticed I'm into her and wants to help her get out of her own way. Chapter 23. Diana. Hey, Hunter, good to see you, brother. I waited until the thickest of the crowd thinned and he stopped talking about what it was like to shave in outer space. Diana. His face lights up and he opens his arms for a hug. I raise a brow at him and lean in, surprised when he pulls me in tight and thumps my back. "I missed you this time," he says. "Isn't that remarkable?" Hunter has been deployed in space a few times for 6 months each. He was living in Texas with his ex-wife, though, so it's not like we really saw much of one another. Unsure what to say to him, I respond, "Well, last time you weren't living right down the road and sharing your workout equipment with me." "Accurate." He takes a sip of his drink. "You have really refined this recipe perfectly, Diana. Did you truly name it after me?" I nod. Once I name a flavor, I tend to stop tinkering with it. I'm working on the summer ale from the hops Asa gave me. I've been adjusting that recipe late at night, when I can't sleep and my racing thoughts keep me awake. "Hoppy Hunter," he says, smiling. "I like it. Did you see I've asked Abigail to marry me?" "I saw she had a ring on. Look at you getting all mainstream." "I called her father from the space station to verify he and her mother were still comfortable with the idea of us marrying." I laugh. "I bet he liked that. Unless you called during a football game?" He shakes his head. Abigail, Indigo, and Sarah are trying some new dance move encouraged by the town kids, still in their costumes from their performance. The afternoon sun glints off her new ring, and she smiles and waves at Hunter. "We had sex in the airport parking lot," he blurts, looking at me. "Abigail was quite insistent." "It's okay to maybe save some secrets to share with Archer," I tell him, stealing his beer and taking a swig. He yanks the beer back from me, sloshing some on his jeans, which still appear to be damp from the dance performance. "Speaking of Archer," he says, "would you like to borrow some money?" "What? Are you fucking kidding me? He told you?" Hunter sets the beer bottle on the ground and I kick it at him. He stares daggers at me. "I asked if you'd been making progress on your research, because you hadn't mentioned it in our last conversation, and Archer simply said you'd hit a financial wall, which, judging by your response to my question, is accurate and unwelcome news." I slump back down next to him. "It's complicated," I mutter. "I have a pretty sharp mind for science," he says, making us both laugh, since we studied in the same PhD program. "And I have more money than I need right now. Can I lend you some?" I shake my head. "I appreciate that, Hunter. Save your moldy money and buy Abigail a nice wedding, okay?" "Aren't you always insisting that I need to consider others' needs? Are you not an other?" "Honestly, Hunter, what I need right now is a breakthrough. I think I'm in a rut." He doesn't say anything for a bit, and a few friends file by to give him a fist bump. Eventually, he turns to me and scratches the back of his neck. "Did I hear a colleague mention an important botany conference coming up soon?" I nod. "That's true. I haven't been there for ages. I don't even think anyone still remembers me. Why not go to the conference and soak up inspiration?" "That's not a half-bad idea, Hunter." I pat his leg and don't mention that the conference costs almost $1,000, which I can't spare right now, and if I mention that, he will just try to lend me the admission fee. I spy his friend Digger coming toward us, waggling his eyebrows. "Crawdad!" he hollers. I groan. Digger is perpetually hitting on me. "Crawdad's sister!" He holds out his arm. I think he's looking for a shake, but he takes my hand and pulls me in for a hug. "I'd rather get reacquainted with you than your brother anyway," he says. "Digger, knock it off." I shove him back and roll my eyes. I'm still not interested. "Thought you'd be feeling nostalgic or left out since your bro-bro's off the market." One of our nation's top cybersecurity experts, Austin Digby, still talks and behaves an awful lot like a frat guy. I see why my brother was glad their time in the space station only overlapped by a week. "Listen," he leans in close, "if you change your mind about that Digger nookie, I'm just a text away." Before I can open my mouth to swear at him, I feel an arm drape around my shoulders. I look up into Ace's face, his jaw clenched, cheeks flushed beneath his dark stubble. "I'll help Diana with all her nookie needs," he says. Digger is unfazed. "Yeah, I bet you will. Nice job, Sister Crawdad." And just as quickly, he turns back to my brother and pulls him into a hug. Ace's arm tightens around my shoulder. "Who the hell is that?" "Would you believe me if I said he was pledging a frat at OCC?" Chapter 24. Asa. Somewhere between the fireworks and the town people deciding to throw Hunter into the creek, I lost track of Diana. Each time I try to step away and find her, another Oak Creek resident pulls me into conversations about vacant storefronts on Main Street, or the summer tourist season that picks up when all the potential Oak Creek college students and their families flood the town. Ed Hastings, Oak Creek Gazette. An old man stumbles over to me while I'm trying to scoop up potato salad. I set down my bottle of beer to shake his hand. "And you are Asa Wexler," he continues, eyeing me up, not letting go of my hand. "You just bought the old Espenshade house, correct?" "So I've heard." Ed pulls out a digital recorder and shoves it in my face. "What's your plan here in Oak Creek, Mr. Wexler? You've financed Hunter Crawford and other researchers on the Oak Creek faculty." "Ed, mind if we sit down for this interview?" From what I hear, I'll need to choose my words carefully or I will be peppered across Oak Creek social media all out of context. I try to steer his questions toward Wexler Holdings, but he keeps asking about my personal life. Somewhere between talking about my bar mitzvah and my sister's master project at Wharton, I spy Indigo and Abigail dragging Diana and Hunter out on the dance floor. "Ed, can you excuse me? I owe Dr. Crawford a dance." Tipping my head at Hunter as he stiffly dances with the twirling Abigail, I reach for Diana and tap her on the shoulder. "Can I cut in?" I whisper against her neck, savoring the faint scent of her sweat as she shakes her hips. Indigo grins and shoves her into my arms. "I need to go put up my feet anyhow." Diana pouts, even as she leans back against my body, like she's drawn in and afraid all at once. "You're barely pregnant, Indigo. Your feet aren't swollen." But she's already bobbing over to Sarah, who pats the space next to her on a hay bale. "Now you're stuck with me," I whisper again, pulling her tight enough against my body for her to feel what she does to me. I'm in a constant state of semi or full arousal when I see, smell, or think about Diana Crawford, and I'm enjoying every second of it. She shrugs and sways a bit to the music, eventually turning in my arms to study my face. "I don't want you to want more than sex," she says. "Who says I want more than that?" She rolls her eyes. "You tell me that all the time, Wexler." "What's wrong with admitting you like spending time with me? I'm told I can be quite charming." "We haven't actually really spent much time together," she points out. "Mostly we're just having sex, which is what I'd like to go and do right now." "Fuck me," I hiss as she reaches between our bodies and rakes her hand along my shaft. "Exactly," she says, tugging my hand and pulling me down the street. We tumble in the door of my house and christen the living room floor, the wall in the hallway, and finally my bed, where I try to convince her to stay and sleep. "If you stay," I tell her, "I can wake you up with my tongue between your legs and you can yell at me until I get my technique just right." Diana seems to ponder that for a moment and lets herself drift off to sleep. When I wake up, she's gone and the bed is cold. I find Morley and Hunter on campus, waiting for me by a row of forsythia bushes in full bloom. I can see why people are drawn into this town, despite its quirky residents and lack of alcohol or nightlife. When I walk up to them, the pair is in deep conversation about Morley's research. Hunter apparently missed some updates while he was in space. "I'm astonished that my sister reached out to you for help," Hunter says. Morley shrugs. "She's the one helping me. I would never have thought of an agricultural application for my sensors. I feel like I have entire new economies open to me now." I clap him on the back. "Opportunity is invigorating. You should thank her." Morley guffaws. "From what I hear, she's only accepting specific favors from you these days." I feel my insides clench. "That isn't what I meant at all." "I know what my sister wants," Hunter interjects before I launch into full caveman mode. "She wants to go to the botany conference." "Well, why doesn't she just go?" Hunter scratches his chin a bit and looks back and forth between us. Abigail feels Diana has lost her confidence. She's had some setbacks. Diana claims she just can't afford to go. Morley snaps his fingers. I'm going to list her as a co-investigator when I send my article off for publication. I mean, it's true, even if she doesn't currently have affiliation. Should I list her business as her affiliation, do you reckon? While Hunter and Morley debate the logistics of crediting Diana's work in some fancy scholarly journal, I whip out my phone to text Andrea. Can we sponsor a botany conference? I don't see why not, but why would we want to? Give them however much to get me a ticket and sponsor a researcher. I bet I can guess which researcher. You ever going to fill me in on the potential project? I send Andrea a quick email with the info and instructions for getting Diana to the conference. I know she won't accept another gift from me directly. While I go over the paperwork at the college, I let my mind wander to the promised thrill of having Diana in New York, of taking her home and into my bed, of maybe someday keeping her there. Chapter 25. Diana. I should have known this was too good to be true. Nobody invited me as a distinguished guest to this botany conference. And nobody upgraded my hotel room to a luxury suite. Nobody but Asa Wexler. I groan as I drop my bag on the marble floor of the room, whose 30-foot-tall windows overlook Midtown Manhattan. He must have been talking to my brothers. That's the only explanation for this. I saw him cozying up to the entire town at the Equinox Festival. Of course, this is just another reminder that I'm not here as a rising star in my career. I'm not here to discuss an upcoming paper about vertical farming methods. I'm here as Asa Wexler's fuck buddy, and a great big phony when it comes to the world of botanical research. It seemed like a dream came true when the thick envelope showed up at my shop, with a VIP badge for the entire conference and tickets to every happy hour sponsored by scientists I admire. I guess I thought my association with Morley had perked up some ears, or maybe I thought Dr. Kalsa felt bad for dropping my contract. Either way, I crammed all my best skinny pants and smart black blazers in a bag and headed to the Big Apple. If he'd just booked me into a regular room, I would probably have continued believing this little stunt, but now I just feel pissed off. I'm not quite sure what I expected, and knowing that he has the ability to affect me emotionally pisses me off even further. I pull out my phone to call up Indigo. Ugh, I'm dying, Diana. What? What's going on? I just barfed for like 2 hours, and my boobs hurt so bad I can't wear a shirt. I'm hiding from the guests, just barfing, topless. Well, now I feel bad calling about my problem. No, do not do that. Give me your problem to distract me so I can tell you why you're wrong. I tell her about the fancy hotel room, the VIP add-ons for the conference tickets. I thought you said there was a problem. Hang on, gotta barf. I sink onto the bed and wait for Indigo to come back on the line. The bedding is so soft. It feels like silk against my skin. I remember how nice the linens felt in Asa's room in Pittsburgh when I let him tie me up. Indigo's voice interrupts my fantasy. Okay, I'm back. I still think you're making a mountain out of a marshmallow. That's not even a saying, Indigo. He gave you that plant thing from Germany last time. The man finds gifts that really speak to you. I would never have accepted this, I start yelling. Why can't he just be in it for the sex? Well, how do you know he's not? Is there not a bed in the fancy hotel? Have you two ever done it in an actual bed? Of course we've done it in a bed. Indigo gasps. You did? Damn, girl. You must really like this guy. I do not. I was angry that Hunter's getting married and I went back to his house with him after the festival. I hear her adjust something in the background. Time out. Why are you angry about Huntingale? No, Sarah's right. I hear it now. That doesn't work. But why were you angry about their engagement? I love Abigail. I don't know. Maybe I'm pissed that Hunter grew the fuck up. Like, he really seems to have made some fundamental changes in his habits. He totally is less rigid now, but babe, why is that so upsetting? I don't know. It was a lot all at once. And anyway, later at the party, Asa must have heard me telling my brother that I was bummed to miss BotCon, and now here I am, in the penthouse overlooking the High Line, feeling like another idiot because I actually believed the botany community was reaching out to me. They're idiots for not making you a VIP guest, Di. I groan. She's always so dang positive about everything. Listen, friend, I'm going to go suck on a lemon and try to wear a tank top. I think you should order yourself some nice room service on Asa's shiny dime and enjoy your fellow plant nerds. I consider not taking her advice, because I'm sure he fucking loves the idea of showering money on me. But then I realize I can eat steak in the bathtub and watch Gilmore Girls on the enormous television all at the same time. Indigo sends me a text for emphasis. Go talk to the plant people about your plant machines, after the room service. A few hours later, I'm refreshed and ready to head across the street to the Conference Hotel, a much more modest venue, for drinks with some cranky old moss experts. It's good to be among plant people again. I'm pleased with how easily I slide back into conversation about soil acidity and chestnut blight. I actually let myself enjoy the conversation and try to silence the small voice in my head screaming at me that these people all think I'm an imposter botanist, or that I'm a fool. Once I shake off the persistent nag inside my brain, I find a group of scientists who are actually doing similar work to mine, partnering with engineers and computer scientists. Midway through a spirited argument about autonomous weed control, I look across the room and see the latest source of my frustration. The smug jerk is smiling at me, just staring across the bar, sipping whiskey while I talk about machine learning. And damned if I don't want to just drop everything and run to him, which frankly scares the hell out of me because the last time I lost myself in a man, I never found my way back again. Not really. Will you gentlemen excuse me? I see someone I need to speak with. I brush away from the weed dudes without waiting for a response, and stride directly toward Asa. You have some nerve, I hiss. At least tell me if you're sending me on some luxury trip. Would you have accepted? Screw you. Listen, he says, setting the whiskey glass on the bar. I didn't come here to fight. I came to ask a favor. A favor? From me? Yes, he says, gripping my wrist, his thumb gently circling. The sensation makes my blood sing, makes me forget why I'm upset with him. Like a damn baby, I'm soothed into complacency by his touch. I'd like to take you to dinner on Sunday. Dinner? What? He keeps rubbing. Dinner with me. I'll have you back at your hotel by midnight, so you are sure to get enough sleep before your train. I'm hypnotized. I can feel my pulse throb in my ears. He smells so good and looks so good. I must be drunk. I feel myself nodding, agreeing not just to nasty semi-public sex, but to go on a date with him. Pisiform, I blurt. He raises an eyebrow and stops rubbing. That bump on my wrist where you were rubbing, it's called the pisiform. You like when I stroke your pisiform, baby? I nod and down the rest of his drink. Play darts with me, he says. He sidles up to the dartboard, none of the botanists had been playing, and offers me my pick. I eye him warily and grab the blue darts. I line my toe up against the line taped to the floor and start to take aim when I feel him behind me. I look over my shoulder at him. You're affecting my shot, I say, and he just nods. I bite my lip and scowl, then consider and say, You should know I plan to retaliate. He responds by slipping his arm around my waist and kissing my neck while I throw. The little blue dart lands in the narrow part of a black triangle. Not bad. Asa reaches into his back pocket for his first dart and keeps his left hand around my waist to throw. I think you help me concentrate, he says, and then hisses when I reach back and rub the crotch of his pants. Somehow he lands in the green circle anyway.
An hour later, Asa has beaten me at around the clock, traditional, and every other type of darts variation, and I'm so turned on I'm worried my pants are visibly wet.
"Tell me more about your fancy plants,"
he says, after sinking his final bullseye and pulling me close against him. I can't take it anymore, and I spin in his arms, grabbing him for a kiss.
"So this means we're on for Sunday?"
he asks, pulling back. God, I forgot he asked me out to dinner. But he drags his thumbs along the small of my back, and I'd say yes to almost anything right now. There had better be meat involved, I say, shoving him back toward the door, start marching us across the street toward the hotel. And I'm only bringing you up to my hotel to angry fuck you, I tell him. I'm a terrible loser. We hurry to the corner and wait impatiently for the light to change.
"I'm fine with that,"
he says, continuing to rub my wrist as I hurry across the street. I shove him against the wall of the elevator and thrust my tongue in his mouth as the doors slide shut. I bite hard on his lower lip, feeling his erection hard against my belly.
"You do this to me all the time, Diana. I ache for you."
I dig my nails into the bulge inside his pants, and he hisses as he rocks his hips toward me. He starts to pant, his fingers reaching into the waist of my slacks, stroking. The doors slide open, and we tumble out of the elevator into my room. Asa lowers me to the floor gently and yanks down my slacks, and I decide his little stunt to get me to New York wasn't so awful after all.
Chapter 26. Asa.
"You're chipper today."
Andrea slides into the seat next to me in the boardroom before our morning meeting. I shrug, knowing I'm grinning like a fool, and I don't really care. I also don't care that Diana threw me out of her room at midnight because she agreed to have dinner with me. And she gave me her number. I've already texted her 10 times to remind her I beat her at darts. Andrea squints and taps her pen against her teeth.
"You haven't had me send a handbag to anyone lately, and I basically lost frequent flyer status at Barney's this spring. What's up with you, boss?"
I slap the table as the rest of the team files in the room. "What's up is our net worth, thanks to you and our team here."
"Coward,"
she mutters, standing up to call the meeting to order. Several hours later, several $1,000,000 richer, I flick the lid of my laptop closed and look up to find my mother settling into the chair in my office. "Well, this is a surprise," I tell her.
"Oh, Asa, I just stopped by on my way from meeting the caterer. I thought I'd ask how you were doing getting rid of your chametz."
I lean back in my chair. "Since when are we keeping kosher for Passover?" My mother flushes.
"Honestly, Asa, we always follow the rules."
"Mother," I pat her hand, "you serve lox and bagels as we're getting ready for shul most years."
"Well, if you must know," she says, fanning herself, "I've been talking to the rabbi."
"About?"
"His daughter, of course."
My mother smooths her skirt and looks quite pleased with herself.
"You're 32 years old, Asa. It's time you settle down."
This again. I sigh. "Mother, I don't really see myself marrying the rabbi's daughter." She seems flustered.
"Well, just who do you see yourself with then? Certainly not that lawyer woman you brought to the club this winter."
"I told you Becca was just a friend." My mother harumphs and moans a bit more about my need to settle down, followed up by several reminders that I have to also work my ass off to honor the family business and do better than my father before me. She tugs at her pearls for a while and swishes out of the office. I take a look over our portfolio, feeling no small sense of satisfaction at how we've diversified this year. 7 new industries this quarter alone. And I'm getting involved less and less on the day-to-day now that we're fully staffed with invested partners. I scan through each business until I get to EPD, and I frown. I stand and walk across the hall, rapping on Andrea's doorframe.
"You usually bellow,"
she says, not looking up from her monitor. "I'll work on not doing that," I tell her. Andrea is dedicated to her work, and I know she's been delegating a ton of the shit work I send her to the staff of assistants she's got lined up in cubicles down the hall. I remind myself I need to give her a raise and also stop treating her like she's still my intern. I've sort of been ignoring her growth here, but she's got info I need. I was just wondering if you had any more info on Buford and EPD. Ugh, she groans. Yes, it's gross. She rummages in her desk drawer and pulls out a folder. This is a bunch of news articles about EPD, a cannabidiol drug the FDA approved for epilepsy, which you know, of course, because Wexler Holdings was an initial investor in EPD. I nod. All the research leading up to the approval was conducted at Princeton, and you're right, the name Diana Crawford is all over the studies and trials, right up until the product was patented. So how the hell would Buford go about eliminating Diana from the patent? Why the hell didn't she intervene? Andrea shrugs. Beats me, but here's her signature on paperwork giving that asshole full access to the intellectual property leading to the formation of EPD. I lean back in my chair. That just doesn't make sense. She taps the table with her nails. She signed this affidavit, and it's notarized. Either she did it willingly, or he forged her signature, or something similar. Thanks for all this, Andrea. I wish I had something more conclusive for you. I stuff the folder in my bag and stand up. I'm just going to have to talk to him myself, I think. Not until after my date with Diana, though. Chapter 27. Diana. I feel positively electric after 3 days of schmoozing about incorporating artificial intelligence and machine learning into plant propagation and fertilization. There's a whole world of young botanists and agricultural scientists who are now partnering with tech developers. I even met people using AI to perfect beer recipes. My phone rings as I'm walking back to the hotel, and for once I'm excited to babble to Indigo all about my day. You wouldn't believe all the herbalists here, I tell her. How's the nausea? It's great, don't change the subject. Did you bone Asa Wexler again? When I try to veer back to plants, I hear her beckon Sarah over closer to the phone, and the two of them cajole me into telling them all the details of my conference trip so far, which, as far as they're concerned, involves whooping and hollering about my dinner date with Asa. Sarah hollers in the background. What are you going to wear on your date? Not the blazer with the shoulder pads. Oh, good point, babe, Indigo counters. Switch me to video chat and show me your choices. I pause. I don't have anything that works for dinner out with a billionaire. I don't even know where he's taking me, come to think of it. What do I do? Indigo laughs. Oh, this is amazing. You march your cute butt down to the boutique on the first floor and charge something to the room. Take me with you on video chat. I roll my eyes. I'll call you once I'm back down there. Video chat. I steel myself to enter a frilly boutique, thankful I wore my nice underwear. I grab a handful of dresses in my size and hustle to a fitting room where I situate my phone on the shelf and call Indigo back. She immediately scolds me for the plain dresses I brought in with me. Everything in this damn store is dripping with sequins, I tell her. Then ask the sales girl to help you, she says. Don't hang up. I want to hear you ask her. These dresses you picked are like job interview dresses. You need a cocktail dress, friend. Sarah snickers, pushing herself closer to Indigo. Get it? Cock! You guys are worse than my brothers. I sigh and approach the front of the store, where a woman my mom's age is stocking merchandise. I bite my lip and explain to her that I need a dress for dinner, and before I can babble through any more explanations, she's got a dozen frothy dresses in my arms. She smiles and waves at Indigo and Sarah on my phone. They're literally eating popcorn and watching me try on dresses. Why don't you guys call Abigail over while you're being so damn nosy? I shrug into a tight purple dress that is a few inches shorter than I'd like. Pass, Sarah says, shaking her head at the purple dress. And Abigail's on her way straight from work, no worries. They burst into giggles when I toss the rejected dress over the phone screen. Since when do I get worked up over what to wear? Indigo's voice is muffled when she asks, How long has it been since you went on a proper date anyway? What do you usually wear out to those bars where you pick up one-night stands? Oh my god, I bet she wears tank tops and jeans, Sarah says, her mouth full of popcorn. She's right, of course. I wear whatever the fuck I want to slink into a bar and meet some nameless stranger. But none of them make me come the way Asa can, I think,
and none of them make me feel like my veins are erupting when I look at them. I hesitate and reach for a soft pink dress. Pink is far outside my comfort zone, but the design is pretty, and I feel drawn to it for some reason. I slide it on, and it hugs my curves comfortably. I don't even look like myself in this dress. I look like the sort of woman who goes out on dates with Asa Wexler. That's the one! Indigo and Sarah shout in unison with the clerk, who pulls back the curtain on the dressing room to show me some shoes. Indigo starts clapping her hands. I smile, spinning around to check out the drape of the dress in the back. "Oh yes, dear, this one really accentuates your ending," the clerk tells me, gesturing at my backside. "My ending?" Sarah snickers. "Charge the shoes to the room, too." Indigo pipes in, "Tell her you want some actual makeup while you're at it." By the time Asa's due to pick me up, I've been trussed and brushed and shoveled into a strapless bra. I phone down to the front desk to let them know Asa will be meeting me at my suite, and at 6 sharp, I hear a knock at the door. Grinning and unusually giddy, I open it to find Asa resplendent in a tux, his blue eyes gleaming beneath tousled dark hair. The jacket and pants fit him so well, and I flush, remembering the feel of the naked body it covers. I watch his Adam's apple move up and down as he swallows, then coughs. "Diana," he breathes, "you look unbelievably breathtaking." "Well, thank you," I say, fidgeting with my phone, not really sure what to do next. He grins. "No smart comeback? You're not going to yell at me about something?" I clear my throat and thrust my phone toward him. "I don't have a bag, so you can hold that in your jacket pocket for me." I pick up the pashmina I got to wrap around my shoulders, and my heart skips a beat when he steps behind me to help me with the scarf. He gently lifts my hair and plants the most delicate kiss on my neck. When I shiver, he rubs his big hands down my arms, the heat of his body emanating into my skin. "You'd better eat before you do any more of that," I tell him, and step into the elevator. It doesn't occur to me to ask where we're going as he opens the back door of the town car for me to slide inside. He nods at the driver, and we pull out into Manhattan traffic. The sky starts turning colors as the sun begins to set along the Hudson River, and Asa toys with the skirt of my dress, saying, "I never thought the moon goddess would look so good wearing the colors of the sunset." "Cheeseball!" I swat at his arm, and he snatches my hand, planting a kiss on my knuckles. He's thoughtful and charming and handsome as hell, and I need to be careful or I'm going to open myself up to something far too vulnerable. I have to remind myself not to get used to this. Where are we going, anyway? The car slows outside a gorgeous stone and brick building with balconies and porches. This doesn't look like a restaurant. The driver climbs out and opens the door before Asa can get around the car, so I can't see his face when he says, "This is my parents' house." Chapter 28. Asa. "You brought a date to Seder?" My sister Esther is beside herself, nearly as flustered as Diana, who is trying not to murder me in front of my family. I'm not sure why I didn't tell Diana where we were going, to be honest, but I brought her here because I wanted her to see my family, to see where I come from and how different I am from my relatives. Maybe I did it to get a rise out of my mother. All I know is Diana is in the living room of my childhood apartment eating fruit and sipping kosher wine while my sister starts texting all our cousins. Damn it, Diana's a woman without a tiny handbag. None of my other moves were getting me anywhere. But the type of angry Diana emits right now feels different. This isn't just pissed off fire. This is cold, distant, friend zone attitude. Esther is giving Diana the 3rd degree. "So you grow plants, like for money?" I hear Diana trying to summarize her research, watch her roll her eyes and give up, finally saying, "I grow medical marijuana." To which Esther replies, "I've got chronic migraines. Did you bring any with you?" Uncle Morty shows up just as Esther really picks up a head of steam.
I wait for my mother to walk him into the room and grit my teeth, waiting for the reaction. "Asa, why didn't you tell me you'd arrived?" She pulls me in for a kiss, and then I watch her notice Diana. She places her hand on her chest and steps back, clutching my arm with her other hand. "Asa?" She puts on her polite voice, but I can tell she's taken aback, and I'm not proud of how good it feels. "Did you bring a guest?" Diana swallows her clementine and stands, smoothing her skirt. Her heels add a few inches to her height, and she looks tall and lithe. With the fading light shining on her from the living room window, she looks much like her namesake. "Mother," I say, stepping out of her grasp and putting an arm possessively around Diana's shoulders. "This is Dr. Diana Crawford. She's a botanist." "Oh, this is going to be good," Esther says, taking a flask from Morty. "Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Wexler," Diana says, pumping my mother's hand with a firm grip, even as my mother tries to offer her the typical wet fish hand that shows off her diamond tennis bracelet. "I want to apologize for crashing your dinner party. Asa didn't tell me where we were going." My mother raises an eyebrow and I pull Diana close against me. When Mom leaves the room, shouting over her shoulder for us to follow and get started, Diana pinches the sensitive skin of my inner arm. "Ouch! Shit, that hurt. You dragged me into a family dinner without warning? Jesus, Asa, I would have at least brought wine." I shrug, rubbing the spot on my arm, and gesture that she should follow me into the dining room. The table is all set for Seder, and my father bustles in the door just as my mom is instructing the catering staff about what to do during the candle lighting. "What is this?" Diana seems unsure of herself. My father pours the wine and starts singing in Hebrew. "This is Seder," I tell her. "It's a ritual meal for Passover." Everyone drinks, and I nudge the bottom of Diana's cup. "You brought me to a religious thing without telling me first?" I grimace and dip my parsley into salt water, taking a bite as my father keeps praying. "I have good news for you." I hand Diana a piece of dunked, salty parsley. "We're each going to drink 4 glasses of wine tonight." By the time Diana bites my finger when I feed her matzah, I'm over my strange pleasure at her discomfort. I'm past my juvenile joy at seeing my mother's bulging eyes and Esther laughing at the whole situation. "So," Esther says as the meal is served, "how long have you and Asa been together?" She smiles wickedly as she bites into her brisket, and Diana chokes on her wine. "Oh," she says, "well, we're not really. Asa works with my family." "Her brother's the astronaut," I say, looking at my father, who nods appreciatively. "That was a good investment." He raises his wineglass to me. He tagged along with me to meet several competing drug companies eager to jump in on Hunter's research now that the results are coming in from his latest mission to the space station. My mother just looks confused. "But how did you come to be here, in New York, in our home?" "Diana is here as my guest," I tell her, as if that settles the matter. The truth is, I want her to be my girlfriend. I want this to be the first time she meets my parents. The story she tells our kids one day, that I tricked her into going on a date with me so I wouldn't have to spend yet another evening with my mother asking me when the hell I'm going to settle down already. Uncle Morty squints over his green beans. "You're dating a shiksa?" "Morty!" My father pounds his fist on the table. "And she grows weed for a living," Esther pipes in, making a face at me over her green beans. Diana opens her mouth to say something, then closes it again and starts smoothing her cloth napkin in her lap. Flustered, my mother asks if Diana and I would open the door for Elijah. I nod and usher Diana to the French doors that open to the balcony, which overlooks Central Park. "What the hell is going on?" she hisses at me. I am furious. I want to tell her about my mother and her matchmaking, or about my father coming to my apartment at night to lecture me about how he thinks I should be making promotional decisions despite him handing over the reins of the company. Instead, I just beckon for her to follow me to the balcony. "This is my favorite part," I tell her. "Seder always begins on the full moon, so when we open the door to see if the prophet has come, we'll see the moon just as it rises over the trees." To demonstrate, I yank open the door, and sure enough, the moon glows brighter than the light pollution. High and round, it shines down on Diana. She gasps. I don't blame her. The sight is magical. We stare at it in silence for a moment, and she turns to me, frowning. "You can't just do things like this, Asa. You can't just decide to do things and not discuss it with me. This trip? This dinner? It's not the same thing as you buying me a special plant." "Diana, I'm sorry." I rake my hands through my hair. I'm not used to this. To what? Interpersonal relationships? Do you not run a company? The people who work for me, they do whatever I tell them. Well, you see my parents. She sinks into a chair on the porch, staring at the moon as it continues to rise before our eyes. I sit in the chair next to hers, desperate to reach out and touch her, but I don't. She sighs. "I don't know why I'm going to tell you this. I don't know why I haven't left yet, but I just keep thinking of you paying attention to me when my brother was being a dick." She drifts off for a minute, but I resist the urge to respond. I trusted someone once, and he fucked me every way possible, and he made a fool of me, and then he stole 6 years of my work and sold it, and now he's living some slimeball rich life on the tails of my hard work. "You mean Jay Buford, his patent?" When her eyes widen, I say, "I had Andrea look into it, because it was my father who gave him the seed money, and you bet your ass he didn't cross his T's or dot his I's." She looks more furious than I've ever seen her, like the mention of his name makes her physically ill, and I remember how she stiffened up when I brought him up in Pittsburgh. "What do you mean, look into it?" "Exactly that. I can't have Wexler Holdings associated with criminal activity, and acquiring a patent through deception and omission is not how we do things in my company. Not on my watch." Her chest rises and falls quickly, and she brings a hand to her lips, silent for a moment. "Just let it go, Asa. Please." "You're out of your mind if you think I'm going to keep my name associated with someone who stole intellectual property, Diana." I can't take it anymore, and I pull her hand in between mine, squeezing. "And you're out of your mind if you think I won't hunt down someone who hurt you." "I just wanted you to understand why you can't lie to me. Why you can't deceive me and spring surprise religious dinners on me. I don't want to talk about—" "Jesus, Asa, I let him know me," Diana chokes out. "He made me love him, and I let it happen. He was fucking me, Asa, and stealing my notes after. Taking my slides, my equations, needling himself into my conversations with collaborators, and I loved him." She seems to sink into herself, seemingly disgusted that she would ever believe her lover when he said he cared about her. "And that makes me want to dismantle him one bone at a time, Diana, and I fucking swear to you, I will find the holes in his paperwork, and I will burn him to the ground." I can feel my nostrils flare. I'm getting heated just thinking about this asshole, thinking he can shit on this goddess like this and shatter her sense of self-worth. "And I will hand you his ashes for fertilizer," I vow. I tug her into my lap in the chair and feel her body relax as she leans back against my chest. I wrap my arms around her, reveling in the magical moment as I do every year, but knowing I never want to spend another full moon without this woman in my arms. I can't help but lean in for a kiss. I'm thankful that she lets me, despite me dragging her into an awkward family dinner and dredging up all her difficulty with trust. I don't deserve her giving me another chance, and yet her lips are molded against mine. I savor every taste, swiping my tongue along her lips. "What's a shiksa?" she whispers. I kiss her again. "It's a very rude word for a non-Jewish woman," I tell her. She turns back toward the moon and wraps one arm around my shoulders, curling into my lap in her fancy-ass dress that makes me want to do very dirty things. I whisper into her hair. I am sorry I didn't prepare you for dinner. I needed you to come because I couldn't bear another family dinner with my mother setting me up with the rabbi's daughter. She's trying to do that? I nod. How can I ever compete with the rabbi's daughter? I reach under her chin and tip her face toward mine with my fingertips. There is no competition, Diana. She's quiet for the rest of the night. She's polite in conversation with my parents and perks up when I tell them about her beer making, but she seems withdrawn in the cab back to her hotel. What did I tell you? I smile as we pull up to the front door. Got you home in time for a good night's rest before your train. She doesn't smile back. Look, she says, I didn't want to do this in front of your family. Do what? I can feel my heart in my throat, like she's about to crush me and I'm powerless to stop it. This wasn't just a funny prank tonight, Asa. You deceived me and you deceived your family, and I'm just never going to be okay with deception. She moves to get out of the car. Wait. I can't let her go like this after a zinger like that. Can we talk about this? With the meter running, Asa? No. Thank you for the lovely hotel. Thank you for the opportunity to be at this conference. See you when you're back in Oak Creek. She walks away from the cab. I shove a handful of bills in the driver's hand and leap out. Diana! She starts rushing into the hotel lobby, but I follow. Wait, please. Her heels echo across the marble floor in the lobby. The staff looks up and stares at us, her walking swiftly and punching the elevator buttons, me hustling behind. Please, let me come up and just talk with you. She sighs deeply and doesn't look up. I'm sorry. God, I don't know what I was thinking, taking you to my parents' house for a holiday. Please, Diana, let me come up and talk with you, and then I'll leave. The elevator door slides open, and she holds up a hand. 5 minutes, in the sitting room, not the part with the bed. Chapter 29. Diana. The elevator door opens into my suite, and I start peeling off the high-heeled shoes. I don't mean to let Asa see the relief when I shed the unfamiliar shell, but I can't help it. The skin in between my toes is aching, not to mention the balls of my feet. I don't want to let Asa see any of that. I've already given him too much, let him know too much about me. I don't know how to make sense of anything that's happening this weekend. Why I didn't just walk the hell out of his parents' house. Why I agreed to let him come up to my room at all. And yet, here he is with his tie loosened and his suit jacket slung over one shoulder, looking like Rhett Butler without the mustache. Look, I tell him, I'm going to change out of this rig. Help yourself to something from the bar. I know the guy who's paying for it. He laughs as I hurry from the room. I slither out of the dress and drape it neatly over a chair. My feelings for him, about tonight, are so conflicting. On the one hand, my body seems magnetically attracted to him. His touch hypnotizes me, summons some sort of feral response from deep within my marrow. But he also was untruthful, twice, and I'm never going to recover enough to get past that. I slide into jeans and a t-shirt, feeling much more in control in my everyday uniform, and pad back out to the front room, where Asa has rolled his shirt sleeves up and spread out on the couch. Fuck, he's sexy. I fold myself into the corner of the couch opposite him, and he hands me a bottle of water. The conference and the dinner, I begin, waving my hand around the room, the hotel room. These aren't nice treats or surprises for me. They felt like deceptions, another way to trick me somehow. Trick you? Diana, I'm giving you everything I've got here. I want to hear every idea in that huge brain of yours, and I want to shower you with all the gifts I can. There's no trick. Except darts. I cheated at darts. He runs his hand through his hair and grins at me, hopefully. I wish I were drunk from the wine at his parents' house, but between the meat and the cab ride, the moon, and the hours of listening to Uncle Morty sing in another language, somewhere along the way I sobered up. I closed my eyes. You lied to me, Asa, and I just can't overcome that. I see how you see it that way, Diana, I do. But it wasn't my intent to mislead you. You have to know that. I just wanted to help you enjoy this conference. His voice drifts off. Did your files reveal that Jay was leading me on the whole time? I take a swig from the water bottle, remembering how my stomach turned the day I found him copying the files from my computer onto a USB drive. Our entire relationship was a ruse for him, a deception so he could slowly download all my research, create a history in his own computer so it looked like the ideas were both of ours, that he participated in the medical trials. Asa slides over closer to me as I talk, and I'm not sure why, but I let him. He doesn't feel like he's invading my space, especially when he picks up one of my aching feet and starts to rub. I caught him one day, transferring data, and he didn't even try to lie about what he was doing. God, it must have been such a relief to him to be able to stop lying. I've never told this part of the story to anyone, not even Indigo. My parents don't know that Jay had his sights on me since the beginning of graduate school, that he pegged me as the unlovable genius who'd sing like a canary for the first guy who said I was beautiful. I start to tell Asa how, in the past few years, I've come to doubt every interaction I have with other people. I was so convinced what Jay and I had was real, and now I don't know how to trust that I'm interpreting anything the right way. As I spill all of this to Asa, he sits silently, rubbing my feet. Finally, he asks, "How can nobody have told you that before him? You are objectively breathtaking." Ignoring this comment, I go on. I was also an obnoxious know-it-all in class with absolutely zero tolerance or patience for anyone who didn't see what I saw when we worked with plants, which was basically everyone. Somehow, I never noticed that Jay was faking his way into the PhD program as a legacy kid whose dad had made some calls. I drop my head back on the couch and tell Asa all of it, how I spent most of my 5 years at Princeton having mediocre sex and one-sided conversations with a man who seemingly attentively hung on my every word. Asa eventually drops my feet and looks at me. I don't understand, though. How he got away with writing you out of the patent materials. Andrea can't figure it out. He pulls a photocopied paper out of his shirt pocket and unfolds it. I don't have to look very closely to know what it is. The document where I signed away my rights to EpiD, where I swore that I had nothing to do with the development of that exclusive extraction, nothing to do with the cultivation of that plant. I feel the tears well up in my eyes, and the heat of shame overtakes me again. How did you get that? My voice comes out as a wavering half-cry. Why the hell did I ever break my rules and sleep with Asa to begin with? Everything inside me is screaming to just kick him the hell out of here, to run away and never look at him again. But for some reason, I feel my mouth opening to tell him. He slid the paper in with our lease, I whisper. I was running scans on the final strain of the plant, testing the different levels with the sensors from our partners in mechanical engineering. He told me it was the lease renewal and I just signed everywhere he had a sticky tab. Diana, don't. I can't bear for him to comfort me, or to shame me, or whatever was going to come out of his mouth. Just don't, Asa. He won, okay? He humiliated me in every possible way, and it's done, and I've spent the past few years just trying to move on with my life. How's that working out for you? He drops my legs to the ground. You won't accept help from anyone or anything. You're growing illegal plants in the back of a houseplant hospital, and you're pissed at me because I gave you surprise tickets to a botany conference. Sounds like you've really grown. Fuck you! I never asked you to— No, you wouldn't. You'd never ask anyone for anything, Diana. The only reason you ask your brother for tax advice is because you have no other options in your tiny, insular town where everyone just lets you flounder and hide. Flounder? What are you even doing here right now? You are the most remarkable woman I've ever met in my life, Diana Crawford. I took you to Seder to shock my mom, but I also wanted her to meet the woman I've spent the past 3 months obsessed with. I want my parents to stop setting me up with yentas from Temple because I want you. I wanted my father to know the woman who's so dependable, her friends call her when they need to euthanize a chicken, or make sure an impromptu celestial festival has decent beer. He rakes his palms through his stubble, pulling them down his face. Diana, if I knew half of what that fuckwit had done to deceive you, I would have bent over backwards to earn your trust. His face softens even as my lips begin to quiver. I will not cry in front of Asa Wexler. You don't even know what you're saying. My voice shakes. I think you should leave. He doesn't budge. Let me loan you the money for your growing certification. I've got more than that liquid, Diana. I can have it in your bank account by morning. Why would I accept that offer from you? Why the hell would you refuse it? Give me one reason. I want to do this myself. I shriek at him, totally losing my control. I have to do this myself, or he wins. Don't you see that? Diana, you have done everything on your own. You've cultivated the right partnerships with computer engineers. You've developed some sort of magic plant you can clone. Are you seriously going to deny yourself the offer of seed money? And just what do I do in return for that money, Asa? Fuck you a few more times? Sign a lease agreement maybe with some extra pages stuck in? Suck your cock the third Tuesday of every month? That's not fair. He's right, of course. It's not fair for me to accuse him of any of that, but it's not fair of him to deceive me, to come in my space and try to buy me like that. Look, Asa, I'm not going to take your money. I'm just not going to do that. This time, he stands up and grabs his tux jacket from the back of the couch. Then maybe you really are a fool, he says. He walks toward the elevator without looking back. Chapter 30. Diana. I don't sleep at all that night. My thoughts wave back and forth, reliving the shameful, burning waves of emotion I felt after I realized Jay's true colors, and then flicking to Asa offering me money in exchange for I don't even know what. Why can't he just be content to be my stress relief? There's no denying the chemistry between us. Even now, days since I last slept with him, my body clenches at the memory of him doing nasty, delicious things, and then hurling me around to try out more of his raunchy ideas. And then he sits in the moonlight and tells me I'm a goddess and that he wants more. A small part of me acknowledges that I, too, like the idea of more with him, of him being the one to wrap his arm around my waist at the Oak Creek festivals. But the idea of opening myself up to that sort of risk again leaves me shivering. I give up trying to rest around 4 a.m. and check out of the hotel. I wander along the High Line until the sun comes up, then make my way to the train station. I don't bother to check in with my family or friends when I get home. Instead, I go straight to the houseplant haven to check on my plants. Even though I know I have nobody to buy them, that I shouldn't even keep growing them. I stand for a while and watch the equipment operating, the lights changing colors, the hydration machines misting the plant roots with their fortified water. All of it seems like a hypnotic dance, complete with flashing lights. The past few days at the conference, I really felt like I was part of the scientific community again. Even the introverted botanists still get together to collaborate and swap stories. After a few minutes, I start to really think about what Asa said. What am I even doing here in Oak Creek? Hiding my head ever since graduate school? Making astringent from homegrown witch hazel? Brewing beer in my storeroom? I start to feel ridiculous. There's no reason I shouldn't have applied for a postdoctoral appointment somewhere. What was I even thinking? That I could totally sidestep organized scientific industry and create something new literally on my own? Nobody runs entire research endeavors entirely on their own. When Hunter was with the space agency, he had whole teams of people handling publicity and strategy. He just wanted to do research. Even now, I like to yell about Asa taking all his glory, but Hunter has made it abundantly clear that Wexler Holdings helped him find strategic partners and really utilize the support network of the college. Hunter gets to spend all his time in his lab. Isn't that what I want? Do I really need my name on the side of a building? Lost in thought, I don't hear when my brother Archer makes his way into the shop. Saw your lights on, Di. When did you get back? Look at you out and about before noon. Archer looks like he's seen better days. He snorts. It's April and I'm a CPA, he says. I don't know if I've slept this week. I wince, noticing his bloodshot eyes and bushy beard, but then I just blurt out the question that's been at the edge of my thoughts this morning. What's involved in getting an investor? His eyebrows fly up. Wow, actually I don't know if that's the best question for me specifically. I think that's more of a lawyer question. Archer scratches his chin and stretches his arms above his head. But while you're visiting with a lawyer, maybe you should start by asking what's involved in suing a certain company for, well, I'm sure a lawyer would know what to call it. For the first time, the suggestion that I go after Jay legally doesn't cause me to shut down. I stare at my brother, marveling that he so casually brings up the worst thing that ever happened to me, like it's just a simple matter of paperwork. But maybe it is. Archer finds people who embezzle. He likes to sample my beers and tell me all about tax crimes, always bringing things back to Al Capone, the notorious gangster who finally got caught on tax evasion, of all things. I don't really want anything to do with EpiD anymore. I'd rather not revisit any of that. But maybe Archer is right. Maybe it's a relatively simple matter to get the money I need for my certification for this current project. Arch, you stink, I tell him, sniffing at him, expressing my feelings of gratitude the only way that seems natural to me. He grins and pulls me under his arm for a sweaty hug. I think I need to hire someone next spring to help with the overflow, he says, not even trying a comeback comment. Walk with me back to the office? I look around the shop, at the curtain of vines climbing up the front window, of the space that has been equal parts haven and hiding place. I nod and lock up, following him to the office building he shares with Sarah. Chapter 31. Asa. Diana isn't returning my calls. Her phone must be off because everything goes straight to voicemail and none of my texts are being read. I asked at the hotel and she'd checked out early, just left town and is refusing all contact with me. Monday, I trudge into work early and hole myself up in my office in the dark, knocking through contracts and signing off on investments for hours before anyone else arrives. It's well into the afternoon before I stand up to stretch and turn on the light in my office. Oh, Asa, you're here. Andrea walks past my door and stops in her tracks. I didn't think you'd be in today. Why's that? I don't even glance up from my monitor until, noticing something in her pause, I look up into her concerned face. Well, all the drama at EpiD. Our legal team is all hyperventilating since they got that cease and desist letter. I dig my knuckles into my temples and rub a few circles. I think I missed a memo, Andrea. Can you catch me up step by step like I'm an intern? She nods her head toward her office, and I follow her around the desk, where she pulls up an email chain filled with exclamation points. Buford reached out a few hours ago. A courier dropped off a cease and desist letter from an attorney in Oak Creek, representing a certain botanist. Andrea goes on to explain how the attorney is challenging the legality and authenticity of the documents claiming Diana had nothing to do with the development of the patented plant strain and processing techniques to manufacture the EpiD epilepsy medication. I can't stop myself from smiling, even though I know this is costing me money. I suspected you might be happy about this. What does it mean for our bottom line? I clap her on the back. I like how your mind works, Andrea. You always have Wexler Holdings at the forefront. And you don't in this instance? Andrea cocks an eyebrow at me. I'm heading down to New Jersey. Want to come watch? Absolutely, yes, she says, pulling out her phone to summon the helicopter for us. I take it Dr. Crawford was pleased with her conference accommodations? I laugh, wishing I'd thought to consult her before springing all these surprises on Diana. Oh, I managed to fuck that one up pretty bad. I tell her. Maybe today I can course correct. A half hour later, the two of us storm into the boardroom at J. Buford's industrial facility. Buford, I say, by way of greeting, get out of here for 10 minutes. He blinks at me, his hair a greasy mess, his button-down shirt looking sloppy and sweaty, like he knows his house of cards is coming down today. I said, leave this room, I repeat, noting the jaws dropping around the table. He doesn't even say anything, just shuffles toward the door. When it latches, I lean forward on the table. All right, here's the thing. I tell the team. It's not worth the billable hours to me to contest this thing. And besides, I don't like this guy and I don't want to stay in business with him. What's Sarah Garrett Esquire asking for? A few members of the team, shit, we really brought our most senior people for this, exchange glances, until Tom, who is only slightly younger than my father and not much more personable, blurts out, $6 million damages and a percentage of future earnings. I laugh. Fucking right, Diana. Give her $10 million, and then disinvest Wexler Holdings from the company. I want all of our shares bought out. Tom coughs. Asa, sir, I cannot advise this course of action. Wexler Holdings is not in the habit of separating from profitable, promising endeavors such as... Tom, Wexler Holdings is done doing business with a company who doesn't take care with the intellectual labor of its scientists. If they're careless with contracts, I don't trust them to be meticulous with medication production. We're done here. Andrea laughs and tries to keep up as I stomp out of the boardroom. I'm halfway down the hall when I see Buford shuffling toward me. Mr. Wexler, Asa, what do you think you're doing? Buford, think of it as scraping a wad of dog shit from the bottom of my shoe. Do you know how much money you're giving up? We've been a cash cow for you. You can't treat me this way. You're welcome to engage your own legal team to pursue the case if you like. I'm not sure how you'll afford it once you've bought out my shares in the company. My legal team won't be requesting a gag order or any sort of non-disclosure from the plaintiff, so I hope she feels free to talk about the case. I step closer to him, looking down my nose at this disgusting excuse for a human, trying to quell my rage at the thought of him manipulating Diana. Through gritted teeth, I growl, if I hear that you contact her, even in writing, I will ensure that you are not only bankrupt, but incarcerated. Buford works his mouth up and down, but no sound comes out. I barely resist the urge to spit at him, and Andrea tugs on my arm. The copter is ready to take us back, she says. I pause in the hall. A thought occurs to me, and I know it's impulsive, and I know my impulsive choices have been my downfall when it comes to Diana, but this one feels right. Hang on, let me grab Tom, I tell her. I'm going to tender my resignation. Chapter 32. Asa. Asa, what in the hell are you thinking? I wondered how long it would take my parents to show up at my apartment after I cleaned out my office. The answer is 15 minutes, which likely means they actually walked, since the traffic outside is in gridlock. About which part, Dad? I sprawl out on the sofa, chewing a pack of gum I bought at the corner store, wearing sweatpants on a weekday like the unemployed man I am. Dad is spitting mad, and my mother is a very dark shade of purple as Dad keeps yelling. About the part where you resign from the company that bears your name. That is supposed to be the legacy you give your sons. It's still our money, I point out. My future kids will be just fine, as are your kids. I don't see you nagging at Esther to get her MBA. My mother drops onto the chair opposite me. Asa, your sister is not cut out for leadership, and you know that. I shrug. It's just not something I want to do anymore, I tell them. And I named Andrea my successor. She's better than me. You must have noticed when you were still there, Pop. She just landed that company that makes the compostable silverware. She's very forward-thinking. It's not often that my parents are rendered speechless, so I take advantage of the silence by cracking my gum. I don't tell them I also plan to unload the apartment here in New York and take up permanent residence in what Diana refers to as the Espenshade house. Today was just one step of my long game, and I didn't even realize I had one of those until Diana made her move. And just what do you plan to do with yourself, darling? My mother shifts closer, trying a new, nurturing approach. I'm applying for a position in another company, I tell her. It's a startup with huge potential, and I'll get to be hands-on from the get-go. It'll be like all those electives I took at Wharton but couldn't pursue because I had no career options. This lifestyle comes with responsibilities, son. My father interjects. You can't just waltz in and out. Dad, I find this lifestyle stifling, I interrupt. I sigh. Look, I haven't taken a day to myself in basically my entire life, and I'd like to do that now, if you two will excuse me. They share a concerned glance, and my mother says, Are you asking us to leave? I am, yes. I stand up from the couch and walk toward the front door. My mother walks toward me as if she's in a trance, reaching for the material of my sweatpants hesitantly. She's probably never actually seen sweatpants before. I kiss her on the cheek. I'll call you in a few days, I promise, but I've got stuff to do. My dad looks back at me silently as I shut the door and begin packing. A few hours later, I drag a chair from the garage to the front porch of my house in Oak Creek. The evening is cool but pleasant, and the stars are shining against the waning moon. I recall just a few nights ago looking at the full moon with Diana under very different circumstances. Well, hello, neighbor, a woman's voice calls out. I look up and smile at Hunter and Abigail out for a walk, hand in hand. When did you get back to town? They approach the porch, and I rise to offer Abigail my chair. She shakes her head and plunks herself down on the stoop. Hunter joins her, his hand going immediately to her lower back, rubbing in gentle circles and making me ache to touch Diana. I just got here a bit ago, I tell Abigail, probably going to hang around a while. Hunter looks at me, the moonlight glinting off his eyes. I presume you are aware of my sister's financial news? I nod, spreading my knees wide and leaning forward. Abigail squeezes Hunter's leg. She isn't quite sure what to make of all of it. I think she's camped out with Sarah and Indigo tonight, synthesizing feelings. I'm not sure if she's telling me that as a hint for me to crash the party or just relaying information, but I get the sense that I should hang tight another day before I go share my career pivot with Diana. Maybe wait to see if she comes to share her news with me. Well, I don't want to keep you two. Not at all, Abigail insists. We're neighbors. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, sort of neighbors. Say, Abigail, what's going on with your book? She lights up, and I can see her whole demeanor change at that question. Oh, thank you for asking. I actually just signed with an agent. I'm so excited. We're going to start shopping for publishers. That's great news. Diana says it's butting in if I tell you my company, well, Wexler Holdings, has a publishing house in our portfolio. I hope you'll let me know if I can make a connection for you. She grins and stands up from the porch, brushing off her jeans. I will definitely hit you up about that. My new agent is really big on making every conversation count, talking about building my platform, all that stuff. Hunter, babe, let's go home. They walk off toward their house arm in arm, and I admire how nicely they work together. The quirky biologist and the bubbly writer, both on the cusp of career-defining moments. I'm glad I can be a small part of that. Once the lights go off in Abigail and Hunter's first floor, I stay on the porch a bit longer, trying to plan my approach for my next move to find my own defining moment with another member of the Crawford family. Chapter 33. Diana. I just can't believe it. The world looks so different from the floor of my brother Archer's office, where I'm sprawled out with Arch, Sarah, and Indigo and a huge picnic of snacks from the co-op. I can. Indigo kisses Sarah and grins. Sarah has been saying for years that she could sue that jerk skunk for you. Yeah, I knew she was good at her job, You didn't trust me to be that good. Sarah pats my leg and throws a baby carrot at me, because I have enjoyed these years showing you my prowess. She laughs. Seriously though, Diana, I'm here for you, always. Please know that. My eyes well up with tears, remembering how difficult it was for me to say the words once I decided to go to Sarah's office this morning, to actually knock on her door and ask her for help. I wanted to cry with relief when she sprang into immediate action, sending off a courier faster than I could blow my nose. Did it come through yet, Arch? Indigo rises to peer over Archer's computer, where he's been refreshing my bank website to see if the money transfer came through yet. We got a call from EpiD's legal team late in the afternoon explaining that they were offering us a flat sum, which Sarah and Archer encouraged me to take. Archer swallows a big sip of his beer and shakes his head. Not yet, but I'm digging this picnic as a distraction from tax hell. Maybe you should sue someone every April when I'm delirious. Really, Archer, you and Indigo should both be going home to get your rest. Sarah looks on with concern as Indigo yawns and Archer nearly tips over when he stands to recycle his beer bottle. We can carry on this party tomorrow when everyone's had some sleep. Sarah is already in fierce mama protector mode even though the baby won't be here until Thanksgiving. I start to clean up the food, stuffing the perishables in the small fridge under Archer's giant desk. You two go on back to the inn, I say. I'll make sure Archie gets to his house okay. And no worries, I will pay you your fee as soon as the check clears. Sarah scoffs, helping Indigo into her sweater. You will pay no such fee. You will work off this debt in babysitting hours, Diana Crawford. We all burst out laughing at this, and I even toss in a joke about teaching the baby to use a machete. But really, I'm just so overwhelmed. It's a big deal for me that I asked my friends for something, and I wasn't mentally prepared for things to go my way so easily. As I walk Archer to his little bungalow on the outskirts of town, I start to think about how much Asa must have influenced today's outcome. I will burn him to the ground and I will hand you his ashes, he'd said. I feel a tremor inside at the thought. I've been working so hard today coming to terms with the idea that claiming my work back isn't groveling. I'm not whining here, and I'm certainly not the loser in this situation. The more I stared at my plants today, the more I realized I would never let anyone steal from my friends or siblings like that. I mean, I would never let my friends or siblings get emotionally involved with such an obvious asshole either. But I kept thinking back to how I insisted Abigail stand up for herself when Hunter went back on his word to help set up the Autumn Apple Festival. And that was just setting up a damn cider booth. I moped around for years because my ex-boyfriend stole my thesis research. Sarah said I didn't let her sue sooner because I didn't trust her, but that's not the whole story. Today, I realized I had not felt worthy of anyone's help. I had been viewing the loss of my graduate work as a penance for my stupidity, the price of having my eyes opened to my naivete. Never again. Somewhere between the panel discussions about fertilizer and losing at darts, I remembered that I'm really fucking smart. I'm glad I finally asked Sarah for help. Signing the lawsuit papers felt like blowing away a heavy fog. Now, all that remains is to tell Asa Wexler I don't need his damn money after all. And maybe apologize for the things I said during our last argument. Or not. He did say he cheated at darts. Restless and energized after dropping off my brother, I keep walking past my shop, toward the little side street past the inn, toward the Espenshade house. I stop in the sidewalk when I see Asa on the porch, alone in the moonlight. Oh, I mutter. How did you get here? He shrugs from his bag chair. Took a train, he says. Wanna sit for a bit? I hesitate. You've only got one chair. I'll share it with you. He pats his leg, and I notice he's wearing those tight gray sweatpants again. I don't want to rip the chair, I tell him. I swallow and continue. Maybe we can sit inside where you have more room. I'd like that, he says, rising to open the front door. A square of light illuminates his porch, and I follow him into the light like a moth to a flame, catching the scent of his deodorant and his soap and his Asa smell. I sit next to him on the couch, a bit stiff, because I don't know where to begin. We both said a lot of things to each other the last time we shared a couch. I don't need you to invest in my plants, I finally say, kicking off my shoes and tucking my feet under me. He nods. I heard something about that today. Did you have something to do with a larger settlement? He shakes his head. It's not larger. EPD isn't going to have future profits now that Wexler Holdings pulled out of their investment. I estimate they'll go belly up within a few months, get absorbed by one of the larger farm companies. I chew on my bottom lip. Does that mean people won't have access to the medication? I don't want that at all. He shakes his head. No, it just means Jay Buford won't be the one selling it to them. Asa pats my leg. You earned that payout, Diana. Don't you ever believe you didn't earn every cent of that. This is all new, and it's really big, and my instincts are screaming at me to punch him or go running or possibly fuck him. Instead, I say, thank you for your part in the settlement. We're quiet for a bit until he asks, what got you interested in cannabis to begin with? Why that of all plants? Oh, that's easy, I tell him. It was really the first time a plant was making a splash in the scientific community as medicine for, well, maybe for a century. When I started graduate school, everyone was talking about medical marijuana relieving pain for cancer patients, and the buzz was just starting about, am I rambling? He smiles and slides closer to me. I love your animated ramblings. Please, tell me. I get distracted when his thumb starts circling my wrist again, but eventually I find my words. People were just getting excited about using marijuana to treat seizures. It occurred to me that I could maybe isolate the most effective parts of the plant and, oh, that feels really good, Asa. I didn't come over here to sleep with him, and I don't want to just end every argument by throwing him down on the floor and riding his cock until we both can't walk. I notice a pile of suitcases in the hall and find the energy to ask, are you planning to stay a while? He nods. I quit my job today. Wait, what? Asa pulls me into his arms, and I let him embrace me, resting my head against his chest while he sniffs my hair. I still think you're a witch, he says. Okay, but why did you quit your job? Because there's another job I want more. I came to Oak Creek today to ask you to hire me. Me hire you? He nods again and runs his fingers through my hair, pulling it loose from the messy bun on top of my head. As what? Well, he says, rubbing my arms now, we can maybe discuss my title another time, but I think I have the skills and experience in business to help you expand your small robot weed farm. A laugh escapes my throat, taking me by surprise. Robot weed farm? We can discuss branding too, but think about it. You're a brilliant scientist. You have brilliant partners and you have the funds to get your license. You also know nothing about marketing, you're lousy at details like proper insurance, and you don't have time to worry about the complex accounting involved in a business that's still not legal at the federal level. Tell me more about what I don't know. Asa turns me around to face him. I'm serious, Diana. Let me work for you. Your company, your intellectual property, your name, my strategic advice. When I close my eyes, I can see it. Me spending long hours developing perfect conditions to cultivate perfect plants. Him handling the rest. It's a dream I hadn't even dared to dream, not even in my quietest inner mind. Okay, I whisper, but you have to call me boss when we're at work. And then I'll call you Dr. Crawford in the bedroom, he says, slapping my rump and causing me to yelp. Chapter 34. Asa. You wanted to see me, boss? I never tire of that joke, and I'm pretty sure Diana is into it when I call her that at work. As soon as her settlement check cleared, Diana brought me on as Chief Operations Officer for Tributary Farms. I was able to leverage my contacts to process her paperwork pretty quickly, and almost immediately, we had more dispensary customers than we could service from the small space in the back room of Houseplant Haven. Archer had a hot lead on an abandoned warehouse not too far outside Oak Creek, and Diana and I got ourselves situated, gearing up to scale up operations. That's where I find her now, hunched over a row of sensors in the grow house, wearing her typical worn jeans and work boots. We've got other employees and lab assistants around now, so I can't really ravage her at work as much as I'd like. She turns her head and grins at me. "Yes, Mr. Wexler, thank you for coming so quickly." She'd pay for that line later, I vow. I tug her up to standing. "I've got a harvest date for you, and I'm pretty sure we can time it so we don't miss Hunter and Abigail's wedding." "You do realize I'd never let you miss your brother's wedding for some plants, right?" Diana peels off her gloves and tosses them in a bin as we walk toward the door. "You ready to head home?" She nods, double-checking the last row of sensors, even though we've got techs monitoring the plants around the clock now. When Diana sold the building for Houseplant Haven, she had to move out of her sunny apartment upstairs, and I very carefully, with the help of her entire family, convinced her to move in with me. Their role in the proceedings was more logistical, since they started slowly carrying boxes of her things to my place. I lovingly convinced her that sharing a bed with me every night meant I could wake her up most mornings with kisses of all varieties. We climb in the car, and I veer off the typical route back to our house. She doesn't look up from her phone. She still monitors her sensors from afar, but she's getting better about trusting our staff to care for her plants. Better this way, I think, wondering how she will handle this surprise. Diana finally looks up from her phone when I pull into the lot at the Nobler Experiment. She crinkles her brow. "What are we doing here?" she asks, looking at the full parking lot. I shrug. "Felt like a beer you didn't have to make." "Well, I don't have to make them," she says, climbing out of the car. "I like to do—" When she pushes open the door and sees our families, she freezes in her tracks. "What's this, Wexler?" Tessie unfurls the congratulations banner behind the bar, and Diana bites her lip. A moment later, Rose Mitchell streaks out from the crowd, and all 5 feet of her surround Diana in a tight embrace. "We're just so proud of you, darling. You've worked so hard for this." "What is this even about?" I step aside to the bar, where a hugely pregnant Indigo is propped on a stool. "She just really has no idea about anything, does she?" Indigo grins. I pop a pastry in my mouth and shake my head. Diana is always first in line to plan celebrations for her friends and family. She's on the top of everyone's speed dial. When I suggested we ought to celebrate Diana's dreams coming true, everyone in town jumped at the chance to contribute. Ed Hastings ran a special edition of the Oak Creek Gazette with a front-page story about Diana's business, writing that her plants flow into the wider river of humanity, carrying our town along the current of prosperity. I watch as he presents her with a framed copy, both of them teary-eyed. My parents catch my eye from the side of the bar, where they stand stiffly, talking with Daniel Crawford. As I walk up to them, I hear Daniel asking my mother to teach him to make latkes this winter. I grin and drop a kiss on her cheek. "Oh, Asa, you're here." She smiles a bit and reaches up to kiss me. My parents are still mortified that I walked away from venture capitalism, but Wexler Holdings is thriving under Andrea's guidance, and it's looking more and more like Diana might agree to give my mother a grandchild someday. They're trying their best, although I received several panicked text messages about the linen quality at Diana's parents' house. Daniel Crawford drops an arm around my shoulders and smiles. He's an easy man to like, and he whispers something to me about headstrong women. I notice that Archer and Hunter arrive along with another man who shares similar features. I hear Diana squeal as she runs across the bar and throws herself into the arms of this man who seems vaguely familiar. "Fletcher!" she screams, squeezing her youngest brother and rocking him side to side. She pulls back and punches Hunter in the arm. "He comes home for my thing and not your return from space. Ha!" I hear Hunter retort that I'm certain the occasion for his return is my upcoming wedding to Abigail. But Diana isn't listening. I make my way toward them and she beams. Asa, this is Fletcher. I know you've met him via video chat before, but he's here in real life. Nice to meet you, man, Fletcher says, pumping my hand. I can't believe my sister finally decided on a mate whose head she doesn't want to rip off. Epilogue. Archer. Thwunk. My sister lands another axe in the bull's eye. I give up keeping score at this point, but she won't let it go, running a victory lap around the picnic tables behind the axe-throwing lanes. This somehow morphed from date night for my siblings to them dragging me along as the fifth wheel. Some sort of trendy new hobby, axe throwing has become super popular in Oak Creek, and it took us ages to reserve a lane for a night we were all in town. I sip from a bottle of unleavened, the buckwheat beer my sister made for Asa for Passover. I don't know how my sister managed to make buckwheat kosher beer taste good, but this is great. I watch as Asa lines up to throw his axe and hits the inner ring. Nowhere near Diana's bullseye. I chuckle. The staff comes over to let us know our time is up, and I watch as Diana begs the owner to let her throw the big axe. Apparently, the longer-handled axes are only for seasoned lumberjacks, but Diana sinks another stinging bullseye and Asa picks her up and twirls her around. Finally, Hunter and Abigail and Asa and Diana make their way back to the picnic table to start packing up the food and drinks. Hunter crosses his arms over his chest, frowning. "This has to be a matter of physics and leverage," he says, gesturing at the axes. "It doesn't make sense that I should be so much less accurate than Diana." "Quit being a sore loser, Hunter," Diana says, and then she makes eye contact with Asa. I wish I at least had Fletcher here to relieve some of the sexual tension, or at least crack dumb jokes about the ways my siblings are undressing their partners with their eyes. Scratch that, I don't want to think about my siblings undressing anyone. I shudder, remembering the time I walked in on Hunter and Abigail getting freaky on the floor. Asa clears his throat and reaches into the back pocket of his jeans. "So there's another reason we asked you all to come with us tonight." He unfolds a piece of paper and Diana fishes around in her vest pocket for a pen. "Oh God," I say, "please tell me you're not going to read us any more prayers in Hebrew." I had just sat through a Seder at Asa's place, 4 hours long, filled with all kinds of things I didn't understand, and my parents asking Asa's parents thousands of questions. Asa shakes his head. "No, actually." He looks back and forth between Hunter and me. "We were hoping you'd be witness on our marriage license." "Come again?" Abigail claps her hands. "Ooh, I've heard about these. Hunty, we heard about these, remember? A self-uniting license?" Diana claps our sister-in-law on the back. "That's exactly right. So the axe-throwing, which I dominated, by the way, was the wedding, and now Asa and I will look each other in the eyes." She pauses and stares at him. "And declare each other married. Asa Wexler, I marry you." "And I marry you, boss." Hunter squints at the paper while I try to figure out if they're joking. "Asa, I feel certain you need to actually say her name to make—" "I marry you, Diana Crawford, goddess of the moon and witch of Oak Creek." She smiles up at him so hard it makes me groan. "So anyway," Diana says, "we're married now. Hunter, Archie, can you be our witnesses?" Abigail whips out her phone and starts taking pictures. Asa leans in and kisses my sister. I punch him when I can tell he's using tongue. But then Hunter takes the pen and signs his name on the form, and I realize this is real. My sister just got married next to a stump with an axe in one hand, and I've never seen her look happier. She looks up at me, hopefully, and I take the pen. I look at the license with her name typed at the top by Asa's, and I smile. This feels right for them. I scrawl my signature on the other witness line as Abigail takes my picture, and then I hang back while the newlyweds skip off toward their house. A lot has changed in the past year. Hunter and Abigail got married, Sarah cut back her work hours to spend more time with Indigo and the baby, and now my cranky sister agreed to something conventional like marriage. I make a mental note to call her about changing her tax withholdings. There was a time when a night on my own with nothing to do and nowhere to be meant shredding panties in dark alleys. Tonight, I feel a little melancholy walking through our quiet town alone. I head past my house to the outskirts of town and into the nobler experiment. When I slide up to the bar with a nod toward Tessie, I realize there's a woman sitting here I've never seen before. That's a rarity in this town. She's clutching her drink with both hands, just staring at it. "Waiting for an invitation to drink it?" I ask her. She looks up at me with the most vividly green eyes I've ever seen. I shiver, realizing those eyes have seen things I probably can't imagine. "Oh," she says, "I'm just trying to decide if I will. Drink it, I mean." She holds her hand out to me. "I'm Opal." "Archer Crawford," I tell her, delighting in her firm grip. "Nice to meet you."
This has been The Botanist and the Billionaire, Oak Creek Book 2, written by Lainey Davis, narrated by Lee Daniels. Copyright 2019 by Lainey Davis. Production copyright by Lainey Davis.